Hello. Can anyone hear me? Hello, hello, everyone. Hope you're doing well. Oh. Morning, 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 morning. Very well, thank you, everyone. Very well. Hope you're doing well too. Sunny California. Wow. What time's it there? Oh, it must be 11 at night. It's not too bad. Not too bad. Evening, Alan. Good to see you, mate. You didn't lock in with your homework. Naughty, naughty. A little bit of news for you all, guys. Morning, by the way. There is a very high percentage of rain for this morning session. 90% chance is what I just saw. 90% chance of rain. Unbelievable. Let's have a look. So I want to try and figure out who's actually... I'm going to lie to you. I woke up about 20 minutes ago. So a bit of a rush to get everything done. And of course with a little one to sort out as well. Let's have a look and see what's occurring with who's out there today. Cool, so we have Oscar Piastri, Lewis Hamilton, Liam Lawson, George Russell, Fernando Alonso, Pierre Gasly, Esteban Ocon, Yuki Tsunoda, Carlos Sainz and Nico Hulkenberg for today in today's cars. So I'm going to put that in a timer so everyone knows what's occurring. Go. Verstappen's not doing it all today. Oh. Is he doing the whole of tomorrow? You was editing car vids? Nice one, mate. I know what it's like. I get preoccupied with doing editing and stuff. Will the Ferrari look like a spider again? So, oh yes, so all day. So when you see the timer come up, basically the drivers, this timer will be coming up every kind of 10 minutes or so to remind you, or hopefully it does. But let's see if that... Hopefully that doesn't come up like I'm expecting it to, but we'll see. Liam Lawson, it's Liam Lawson and Carlos Sainz, who with asterisks next to their name, who will be in the car all day. Just set this up for you all, but yeah, hope you're good. Day two. I must admit, I wasn't able to consume as much kind of info as I would like regarding post-testing yesterday. My real intrigue was Haas. It still is. I didn't see anything really kind of discussing their running yesterday. They obviously were slow, but they did the most laps out of anyone. George Russell. So this morning, air temperature is air and track temperature a lot lower than it was yesterday. Yesterday morning, so it's even colder today. As we said, high expectation of rain. So Haas doing Haas things, sticking to their plan. Yeah. Morning, Taco. Morning. What time is it where you are? Gotta be what? 12 o'clock? Midnight? Something like that for you? 12. So you basically stayed up all night last night for F1 testing. What a trooper. Top man, top man. Don't tell James that's why you're #1 mod. Oh, fuck's sake. I just did all that for nothing. Okay. Where is Danica? Hopefully at the job centre. Not a fan. Not a fan. 8:06. You're only an hour. You're only an hour. What was with that power outage yesterday, Patricia? I'm not entirely sure. Yeah, no idea. It's the first time something's happened with that regard at Bahrain. So yeah, really, really odd. Just typically had to happen at this. This typically had to happen on the first day of testing, didn't it? But there are spots of rain on the camera, guys. Yes, if you're unaware, high percentage of rain forecast for this morning session. I'm not sure. As we said yesterday, Pirelli have said that only 2 teams have brought wet tyres with them. Aston Martin and Haas. So, yeah. These teams might get limited amount of running this morning unless Pirelli are going to allow them to use more tyres. But once in a lifetime opportunity, see Bahrain in the wet. I mean, it is technically in the name, isn't it? Bahrain. So you can't name a country like that and then not expect to get rain at some point. Can I name a car for an edit? It's a nice car that I like at the moment. You could do my car. Here's a challenge for you. See if you could do my car. I've got a Mercedes EQA. A nice Mercedes EQA 250. With like the multiple spoked wheels. EQA, yeah, Mercedes EQA. Bahrain is legit a desert. I know, gaming. Good to see you, mate. Why is it Verstappen out today? So he will be doing all day tomorrow. That is what he'll be doing. He'll be doing all day tomorrow. So Liam Lawson in the car all day today, as is Carlos Sainz. And then tomorrow will be Alex Albon in the car all day. And then Liam Lawson will be in all day the day before today. So. EQA, name of my car. I think EQA 250. I think it is. It's an electric one. It's a company car, so I'm fortunate in that regard. Lando Norris reporting rain on the riser. EQA 250 plus. That's it. In all black, but with like the multiple spoked wheels, not like the 5 spoked wheels. That's what I've got. Cameron Plus has replaced Antonelli if he fails mid-season. He can, but I don't think he will. I don't think Toto will let Antonelli crash as many times as he needs to, as long as he's showing some relative pace. They bought Inters. So I think Haas brought 1 set of Inters, and let's have a look again. I need to get the Discord up. Let's get this up and have a look again. So, according to the graphic on Pirelli, as in my Discord, you can see that it is only... Sorry, Aston Martin. It wasn't Williams. Aston Martin have brought 3 sets of intermediates. Haas have brought 1 set of intermediates and 1 set of wets. And they're the only teams that have brought any sort of wet tyres. So, yeah. Yeah, that hasn't really shown up properly, is it, there? Right, let's do this instead. Is Ferrari at their full pace, or are they holding back a little bit? I don't think we've seen full pace from anyone yet. Yeah, I don't think we'll see that. I mean, as we said, last year, qualifying, pole position for qualifying was a 29.2 or something. It was in the 29s. So we're not far off of that. But yeah, I mean, the only time, if you get sub 29s, then you know that's where someone's kind of turned on the heat on their car. But yeah, no, everyone was holding back, at least having high fuel runs. We never really see quali laps in yeah, you never really see quali laps in testing. So it's more about seeing the race pace and the long runs and seeing how they are. But we're already quicker than we were last year, because those lap times were a full second quicker than what we saw in Bahrain testing last year, and the quickest lap set by Max Verstappen in the race last year as well. Sorry guys, I'm just trying to do something for you here to know who exactly is in the morning session. We'll see if that works. Hamilton, yeah, purple, 33.6 for him, but of course that's still considered to be slower than anything we saw yesterday in the PM session. Hamilton's only doing the AM session today. No doubt, I mean, you've got to give him the afternoon session tomorrow, surely, where it's going to be a bit quicker. So, have I driven any type of race car in real life? No. No, I've never done, unfortunately, and it is on my list to do, I've never done a track day. I haven't even taken a road car out on track. So, yeah, I would love to. I'd definitely love to. I haven't got the build for race car driving. I might not look it, but I'm 6'2". I weigh quite a bit as well. I'm trying to lose a few pounds, but yeah, my weight and my height is not built for a race car driver. Aston will have the biggest brain ever if it does rain. I mean, I'm surprised it's not a thing where Pirelli just go, here's a set. Like they do at race weekends, they give them all a certain amount of intermediate tyres to be able to use during the race weekends. And they even give them additional tyres, don't they, if they have to use more. So, quite a bit is crazy, yeah. So that's why I'm slow in go-karts. The Missed Apex crew are always like, how are you so slow? Like, how are you quick in the sim but then so slow in karting? Like, what is it? And I'm like, because you guys all weigh about 80 kilos. Like 80 to 85 kilos. I weigh like 100 kilos. So it's very, very different. I've got a significant weight disadvantage compared to you guys. And you've been doing go-karting for many, many years, and I'm lucky if I get to go once a year, so. 20 plus second, yeah. Who wants to bring like 50 sets of wets to a track that doesn't really get rain? Well, if it was forecast to do so, Taco, that's the difference. But yeah, let's keep an eye on Haas today. Of course, Esteban Ocon out there, 1:36.6. I mean, he's already closer to the lap time, the fastest lap time, than he was yesterday. I think 3.5 seconds in the end. F1 testing, here we go. Is there anything happening in regards to... Not right now. Oh, they're weird. They're very weird sensors they've got on the front wing of the Ferrari. Very odd. You're like 61 kg. Oh my god, that's disgusting. 61 kg. I think my right leg weighs more than your whole body. But at least we've had everyone out there and do some form of laps, I guess. Piastri's still in the pits, Sainz. Well, everyone's in the pits now, but they've gone out there and at least done a kind of sighting lap, at least, which is good. Piastri obviously will be looking to hopefully get some faster lap times in today, no doubt, and push that car maybe a little bit more than he was able to in yesterday's AM session. So, but what driver's helmet do I like best, Lottie? That's a good question. I did see that they posted all the helmets on F1's Instagram page, didn't they? And I am a fan of Lando's helmet. I did like that one. What else? Bortoletto's, like in kind of like Senna inspired, isn't it? Brazilian flag inspired. I did like that one. Do like Lewis's one. I can't say there's too many standout helmets this year. I do like matchy. So Esteban Ocon's helmet goes with the Haas race suit, so I do like that one and the colours. I mean, you got Fernando Alonso's standard helmet. Leclerc is just like red, isn't it? You said this yesterday, Taco. Yeah. Well, he's sponsored by Lululemon. I'm actually more than twice your age, Taco. That is terrible. Wow. 33. But yes, don't know when rain is forecast to arrive. Let's get that back up. So if it comes up, if it's raining, it will come up here. Hey Brad, good to see you, mate. You're back from your last exam for the third quarter. I'm glad it's all over and back watching you again. Woo! Well done, mate. Congrats for finishing your exam. I know that feeling of just getting exams and just getting assignments done. I finished last year I finished my uni degree, and that was 5 years in the doing. So 5 years in the making, and yeah, the feeling of just knowing it was all over and done with is just it's such a weight off your shoulders, such a weight. It's like a dark cloud that just hangs over your head when you've got assignments that need to be done. So you have 6 assignments due next week. Oh my god. You don't know why it has a maple leaf in it? Yeah, that's a good question, actually. I don't know why Yuki does that. Is it a maple leaf, or is it supposed to be like the Sakura trees? Like the blossom? What driver team is the best sponsor for PR stuff? Not sure, to be fair. Cherry Blossoms, that's it, Cherry Blossoms. It's not Cherry Blossoms though, is it? But yeah, if you're just joining us, guys, welcome. Thanks for tuning in once again. Day 2 here of the F1 testing. Of course, Lando Norris was on the fastest lap yesterday. Then they decided to make that car look like it was a stake F1 car with the amount of flow vis they put on the car, as Oscar Piastri makes his way back out onto the grid. The Ferrari did look quite nice, I think, especially in Lewis Hamilton's hands, well, and Charles Leclerc's hands. But it looked Charles was struggling a little bit later on in the session, especially through corner 13, which is at the top of your screen, getting to mid-corner kind of oversteer. But Lewis looked, I think, more comfortable in that Ferrari than I've seen him at any point in testing over the last 3 years in the Mercedes. It did seem like that car wanted to do a lot more often. It wanted to do what he wanted, what he told it to do, rather than struggling with the Mercedes. So yeah, and I haven't heard too much on the radio from Lewis Hamilton, but they've showcased, and we haven't heard too much from him, which is always a good thing, because it means he's happy. You want Ocon to spin it in the wall? No. I don't want anyone to crash. Yuki over Lawson, JC. That's fair. We'll see how he gets on this year, Yuki. We'll see how he gets on. I do apologise, first and foremost, guys, that my predictions video was not posted last night. I got over halfway in editing it, but I was a bit busy last night. So with little one and just dinner and other things, that extra hour of, I'm not going to lie to you, that extra hour they added on for testing yesterday, kind of wrote me off. It kind of wrote me off. I was feeling it. It was a long day yesterday. So, just get AI to do it? No. So yeah, it will be up tonight. Because the missus is out as well. I can put little one down and I can just smash it out. Yeah, my predictions, yeah, I'm still being a bit coy on them, but it will be up later. I've given you a spoiler. I've given you one spoiler, and that is Max Verstappen is not my champion for this year. So that is my only spoiler I'm providing you. It's a big spoiler, but yeah. It's not Max. I don't think he's going to be a 5-time consecutive world champion. So, which I don't think really is probably a surprise to most people. I think a lot of people probably have difference in opinions of who will win the championship this year. I mean, I still do think that Max can win the championship if Red Bull provide him a decent car, because we know what he can do if he's got a decent car. I know people will say, well, we know what he can do in an underperforming car, but I just don't have much faith in Red Bull this year compared to Ferrari, McLaren. I think Mercedes may catch them. I don't. Do I? I feel like Mercedes is still going to be very peaky again this season. But my predictions are probably 90% of them are going to be wrong. Or 95% of them are going to be wrong. So you just realised the Dancing and Arts project's due next week. You can't. Oh no, Brad. Question for me: McLaren or Ferrari? McLaren. If I had to go through like who I've supported probably most of my life, I've always had an affinity to the McLaren more so than Ferrari. As I said, I grew up watching Mika Hakkinen, David Coulthard, Lewis Hamilton. So I've always had a close affinity to McLaren. However, I have mentioned this before. I feel like I've lost that kind of closeness to McLaren with the papaya. As I said, I'm not a big fan of the papaya. And I feel like if a team changes its colours, you lose a bit of that affinity and that connection to them. So I don't feel as close to McLaren as I did when I was younger, because I don't have an attachment to the papaya colour, because I wasn't alive when the papaya colour was used and liveries were used on the McLaren car. Like, I associate McLaren with the West livery, the black and silver, the chrome silver and red livery, and not papaya. I still support them. Still want them to do well. And of course, Ferrari. I'm supporting Ferrari because of Lewis Hamilton. So, Max is more capable as a driver, but Red Bull as a team can't give him a chance to actually fight for anything. Well, this is it, Lottie. Look, whether we like it or not, F1 is an engineering game, and you can be the best driver in the world. But if you provide them a car that's half a second off the pace, they aren't going to be able to win races. Simple as. You are limited to your machinery as George Russell goes to the top of the timing sheet. Whoa! A 30.3. That is quicker. Isn't that quicker than what we saw yesterday? That's quicker than what we saw yesterday, wasn't it? A 30.4. We are already quicker than what we saw yesterday, ladies and gentlemen. A 30.3 from George Russell early on in this session today. A 10th quicker than so it was a 30.4 by Lando Norris yesterday in the PM session. And in the morning session here, well, George Russell has just set a 30.3. Nice, nice. On the medium tyre as well. Still some way, of course, off of the pole position lap time of a 29.2, which is what we saw last year. But yeah. You only have one prediction this season. It's Zhou scoring points every time he gets subbed in. Yeah, I saw that. Zhou Guanyu is now the reserve driver for Ferrari, isn't he? They've paid for that. His sponsors have paid for that. Just FYI. Why are some teams not switching first and second session drivers today? Not sure. It's just obviously a choice. Maybe the drivers themselves have gone, yeah, look, we don't want to do it. They've got kind of like their own schedules as well. If Lawson today will be able to get off and not be around for testing tomorrow, because once he's done his debrief and stuff, I guess. So yeah, it's just a decision by the teams. I don't have to do it. Not even half an hour in and fast laps are coming. Yeah, I know. Well, it is cooler than yesterday, and I guess they haven't had a lot. They haven't had really rain. It's been spitting a little bit, but it seems to have died off. Do you think the DRS zone from T13 to T14 would be cool or just be dumb? I think it would be, I wouldn't say dumb. I think unnecessary, because drivers, we've seen at Bahrain that it is possible to follow and then get a run through turn 14 and 15. And then DRS is so effective down from turn 15 to turn 1. And then you've got the double DRS from turn 3 to turn 4. I think Bahrain has proven that they've got the DRS zones right and the lengths right as well. So, hang on. Liam Lawson reporting that it is still drizzling around the track, quite light. But yeah, I think it's unnecessary. Doesn't need it. Hey Ram, I'm doing good, thanks man. How are you? Morning, mate. What driver's newest merch drop is my favourite? I haven't really seen any merch. I don't like the Ferrari merch. Meh. Don't like the Red Bull merch. I've seen a few of the McLaren stuff. Yeah, I don't know. I haven't seen too much of it, but from what I have seen, I've not been too impressed. You think T3 to T4 DRS should be chucked and T13, T14 DRS should be swapped in? No, I disagree. I think the turn 3 to turn 4 DRS is a thing of beauty, because what it does, it allows the driver who's just been overtaken into turn 1 the opportunity to come back and overtake the car who's just got by him. So as we saw from Max Verstappen and Charles Leclerc that time, where they were just swapping positions. And that's great to see. We don't want to see necessarily, if you remove that, you're not going to get many overtakes down into turn 4 once the driver's been passed. They need just that little bit extra to help them back past down into turn 4. And that's why we get so much side-by-side action. There's never really any overtakes down into turn 14, because turn 14 isn't like the hardest braking zone in the world down into turn 15, whereas turn 1 is a big braking zone, as is turn 4, and it allows for different lines through there, cutbacks, like drivers can go wide to set up the overtake back down into turn 4, whereas there's never any overtakes from turn 13 to turn 14, and the DRS would just be pointless, really. I have no idea, Georgian, to be honest with you. I actually don't know if they were C3 or C4. I could be wrong. I think you may be right in regards to the fact that they actually just used designated used tyres. I think I was wrong in that regard. Have I seen the Lando and Tate McRae theme because he was in a music video driving a car? I haven't, no. No. Not going to lie, Tate McRae isn't really the sort of music that I listen to. Make T14, T15 a banking corner. Like Zandvoort. Who am I supporting this year? Well, as always, Lewis Hamilton. Always rooting for him. I'm rooting for Lando this year. I mean, I root for the Brits. I want them to do well. I said yesterday, I do like Leclerc. Antonelli, I want to do well also. Who else we got there? Piastri, I'm a big fan of. Carlos Sainz as well. Liam Lawson. So yeah, there's Bearman. Of course, I said the Brits, haven't I? So yeah, I want... Ultimately, though, I want good racing this year. That's what I want. I want a close championship because that's what gets me excited. Is wheel-to-wheel racing in F1. That's what we all watch the sport for. Do the onboard cameras look better than last year? Yes. So I think what they've done... So I read somewhere that they used to... The onboard cameras used to be like 720p cameras. And they were filmed in like 30 frames per second. So they would have to blow up the image. And... Yeah, so they'd have to blow up the image and it just looked like that you wouldn't get the true sense of speed. Whereas these new like gyro onboard cams... I think they're Ultra HD. They're minimum, I think, Ultra HD and 60 FPS. And that's why we're getting a better sense of speed from the onboard cameras now. So, interesting. Just watch the onboard of Fernando Alonso. It was driver error from Liam Lawson yesterday with that curb on turn 3. So, no one from the onboards what I'm seeing now are clipping that inside curb at turn 3, whereas Liam Lawson did, and that's why he unsettled the car and saved the car from an overall spin. But yes, it was a driver error yesterday from Liam Lawson because I just don't think any of these cars are designed to really cover that curb from what I'm seeing from the onboards. Bottas most underrated driver, you think? I feel like I do feel like his career... I mean, he's admitted that moving to Alfa Romeo was a poor career choice for him. I think if he didn't choose that team... I mean, let's say he was in a Williams still. I think he'd still be an F1. I think he would. Clipping the curb, unsetting the cars, Max. Yes, exactly. Yeah, it's quite a nasty curb. I've never really noticed it, unless it's just specifically for this year. The curb is actually quite raised. So I can see why it really would unsettle the car. Because you're full throttle through there, pretty much. But you're at least applying full throttle as, like, you're going through the exit of turn 3 there. Will I be watching the West Ham game later out? I didn't even know it was on. We got a game on tonight. Yeah, there were some Premier League games on this week, weren't there? Probably not, because it's not on the TV channel that I've got, because it's on BT Sport here in the UK, and I don't have BT Sport. I refuse to pay for it. So I'll keep an eye on it, though. I didn't realise they were playing. You want a close championship between Lewis, Max, and Charles? Yeah, that'd be amazing, wouldn't it? Do I think Bahrain is a good testing track? Yes, I do. Yeah, I do, memes. I think it's a track that has got, I say, very different sectors. The good thing is about Bahrain is that it's got sectors with hard braking zones, like turn 1, turn 4, turn 10, turn 8. And it's got corners that are not requiring that much of a brake application, so more fast free flowing corners like turn 12, turn 13, turn 14, and then of course you've got a section, the second sector, which it requires more downforce. So really it's got all different elements of different racetracks, which is perfect for an F1 team to test. So that's why you can't really look too much into times, is because there may be a run that they're doing where the teams will go, okay, right, we are not focusing on top speed and the times here. We're focusing literally on our Sector 2 times only, because we want to see how the car is performing in the high downforce section. And then likewise, they may flip it and go for a low downforce configuration and focus purely on their top speed and on Sector 1 and Sector 2, where there's more emphasis on that low downforce configuration. So yeah, that's the beauty of kind of this track, really. And generally, not this week, it is supposed to be a warmer climate. So it's a lot warmer for the teams and the cars and stuff, and then just everyone being there. Whereas at Barcelona, while it was a good track for testing as well, it was just always too cold. So, morning, Brett. Welcome. What have you missed? Just George Russell really setting the fastest lap of the testing, of either testing day thus far, at 30.3, a tenth quicker than Lando Norris. There is potential rain in the air. The drivers have reported seeing some specks of rain on their visor. And it is potentially predicted in the AM session. So just kind of waiting for the rain. And the drivers, I'm surprised the more drivers haven't been out there getting laps in, because only Aston Martin, as we've discussed, Aston Martin and Haas are teams with wet tyres here this week. So, what are you saying, Taco? I think they should do the endurance layout for testing just to mix it up. Also would help the teams with more data. What is the endurance layout? What, the Sakir layout? Where they don't have the middle sector. I don't know what the endurance layout is, to be fair. I know there's a couple of configurations of this circuit, which is why it needs to be added to iRacing. I don't know why this circuit is not added in iRacing. I don't know, actually, why there's not more Middle Eastern tracks on iRacing. I'm quite surprised about that. It's kind of ironic, Nando is the only sports person I know who shares your birthday. Yeah, I don't really root for him. Just because someone has your birthday doesn't mean that you have to root for him. Likewise, you don't have to root for someone who's of the same nationality as you. Danny Rick, nice. Hey, Curry, good to see you, mate. Money. Yeah, probably. But still, I mean, I'd like to know if they've at least approached them to get it done. It is great to race on, and we've got different configurations of it as well. So you've got the Sakir layout, haven't you? So it's yeah. It's like 6 extra corners in between turn 5 and 7. Oh, is it really? Well, that's what I mean. So you've got 3 different configurations that you could have for usage, really. Hey, Jordan, where is Max today? He's not on track today. He's not on track. He is out on track all day tomorrow. So all day today is Lawson, and then all day tomorrow is Max. And then similar to Carlos Sainz, he's in the car all day today. And then likewise, Albon will be swapping in tomorrow. Then you have the short config. Yeah, we need Melbourne on iRacing too. Yeah, I think Melbourne, I don't think it's great for modern F1, but I think it would be good for iRacing. Super Formula Lights, you know. Yeah, I think that'd be good. What are my thoughts on Forza? It's alright. It's a good arcade game. I haven't played Forza in years, but yeah, I mean, you play Forza for the graphics and just for like a chill experience, don't you? Whereas the other Jordan, probably asleep. What? 'Cause 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 But right, so who's done what laps at the moment? Once again, Oscar Piastri not doing a lot of laps in the early stages. Actually, neither McLaren doing a lot of laps in the early stages of practice. They did the same yesterday, both of them. So only 4 laps for Piastri thus far. Gasly is out on track now. He's only done 4 laps himself. We'll keep an eye out on him because he's on a fresh set of tyres. We'll see if he goes for a quickish lap. Lawson's done 15 laps. Russell's done 17 laps, with one of those including that 30.3 time, the fastest lap we've seen in testing thus far. Lewis Hamilton, 11 laps himself in P3, 32.3 for him, but he's only used like 20 old lap mediums. Alonso is on the hard compound tyre, he's done 9 laps. Of course, Aston Martin doing the fewest amount of laps of anyone yesterday. So they'll be looking to improve on that tally, no doubt. Esteban Ocon, P5 with 12 laps completed. Hulkenberg, 7 laps. And Yuki, 5 laps. Carlos Sainz has also only done 6 laps as well. Gasly, Piastri and Sainz still yet to put an official time on the board. But let's keep an eye on Pierre Gasly. He's on a fresh set of medium tyres, and this is normally where they go for it. Gasly looked okay yesterday, so let's see what he's like down into turn 1. And as he heads up into turn 4, so the sector 1 line is just after turn 4, in between turn 5. So that's where we will see. He's got the DRS open, so this indicates to me that he is going for a faster lap. Definitely. So here we go. He's on a bit of a push lap here. And what is his lap? It's a 29.399. So a couple of attempts back from George Russell. To be expected, really, the Alpine. Don't expect it to be as quick as Mercedes, even if they are running kind of similar fuel, or even less fuel. Down into turn 10. Need to be careful of that inside lockup. And the second sector line is through turn 12 and turn 13. So let's see how he gets on. Where's he going to go? George Russell did a 38.693. Lawson did a 39.0. So I've no doubt he's probably going to slot right in between those two. And yes, he does. He's a couple of 500ths quicker than Liam Lawson in that middle sector. But of course, still some way off of George Russell. So he's at least, my calculations, over half a second now down on George Russell. As he comes across the line, what does he set here? Probably going to slot into P2. And he doesn't. Slots into P3. 22.8. So yeah, really dropped off in the second and third sector. So actually slower than Liam Lawson, who was on, well, he was on a medium set of mediums as well. But still, interesting. Hey, nice. New to F1, what's DRS? It stands for Drag Reduction System. So on the rear wing of an F1 car, it opens. It has the ability to open and shut. And basically, when you press a button on your steering wheel, it opens the rear wing and it allows for less resistance on your car. So basically, it allows all the air that's going over the car and pushing the rear of the car down into the floor. It releases that and allows the air to go straight through the rear wing, which gives you more top speed. So yes, it's only available in qualifying, and it's only available to use in the race if you are less than 1 second behind the car ahead. And there's certain areas, certain zones on a racetrack which are designated DRS zones where you can use it. So you can't use it all the way across a track or a lap, because it's dangerous, because you lose that downforce. So yeah, it's purely to gain top speed. Hamilton going for it? Yeah, 29.2. Actually, Hamilton is going for it. Yes, let's keep an eye on Hamilton's lap time here. So through the middle sector now, DRS open as well. So he is a 10th off of George Russell's time there in the first sector. But what about the second sector? Let's see how that Ferrari handles as he goes through turn 12. What is his lap? It's a purple, and it's it's about 600, 700s quicker than George Russell in the first set. So probably neck and neck right now for fastest lap. Are we going to see a mega last sector here from Lewis Hamilton, or will he back out of it? Here we go through turn 15. Lewis Hamilton, can he beat his former teammate to go to the top of the standings in this early morning session? And he can. A 22.3 2/10 quicker, or about a tenth and a bit quicker than Lewis Hamilton. Then George Russell. Lewis Hamilton is through that last sector, and he goes to the top of your timing sheets by 900ths of a second, a 30.2. Some quickish times early on here in the AM session. Nice to see, nice to see. So yeah, we're only seeing teams really go for a pushed lap when they're on that first lap on fresh rubber. So, but yeah, fastest there. What do I think about the long runs yesterday? I haven't looked at the data, to be honest with you, Hickam. I haven't looked at the data. The McLaren did look good from what I've seen. Ferrari looked okay as well, as did... yeah, I think Haas actually looked good as well, but they were running a different configuration to everyone else, but they ran pretty solid laps. So yeah, I haven't dug into the data. I'm not really someone that really digs into the data, but yeah, I think from what I've seen from onboards and that, the Ferrari looked good, as did McLaren. So yeah, Red Bull looked okay as well. So who knows if they're going to be good? It's too much. It's hard to tell. It's hard to tell. People trackside said that McLaren looked best. Yeah, I mean they were running a low configuration, a low rear wing configuration yesterday, and they were still setting some good lap times. Wait, is the other layout in Bahrain the one they did in F1 2020? Yes, it was. Yes. So it cuts out basically the middle sector, and it goes from turn 4 to turn 13. Yeah. Why isn't Russ using DRS while he's doing his lap? Because he is now on long runs. So they only use DRS really when they're on their push laps. They're obviously trying to gather data. So you don't want to use DRS all the time because it can give false data in regards to like top speed and so forth. So when you're in a race, there's going to be plenty of times when you're racing this season where you're not in the DRS of another driver. You could be the car that's leading the pack. So you want to gather the data of not using DRS as George Russell now comes into the pits. And that'll be the same with Lewis Hamilton as well, unless he decides to come into the pits or he's going to go on a long run now. We'll see. There are 3 tracks at Sakir. One is this one is the other circuit used in 2020, and one is the one with shitload of corners also used in F1 in 2010. 2010, I forget the 2010 race, to be honest with you. That's a long time ago now. 15 years ago. I was a young man. So Russell did his best lap without DRS, and Hamilton, no. Russell did his best lap with DRS, then continued more laps like Lewis Hamilton's doing now on his run plan without DRS. So they only used, think of it this way, they're only using DRS when they're on a push lap, like Carlos Sainz is right now. He's on a brand new set of hard compound tyres, and you saw that indicator of the DRS flash open. You'll see it flash open again now, I presume, as well. Yep, as he's now in the DRS zone heading down into turn 4. Gasly is using it as well. He also seems to be on a push lap again, a 29.2 in the first sector from him. He's actually going quite well here, so we'll keep an eye out on his second sector time. He's actually on par with Lewis Hamilton. So could be a good lap time here from Pierre Gasly, a 38.867. So no, a couple of attempts down on Ferrari of Lewis Hamilton there in the middle sector, Pierre Gasly. But still good going though. We'll see how he gets on. As Lewis Hamilton's on another push lap. What the hell? Lewis on another push lap, fastest in the second sector. What's going on here early on? It looks like the Ferrari are trying to go for some push laps. And Lewis Hamilton through the last corner here as Pierre Gasly does a 30.8. And, well, Lewis Hamilton improves with a 30.0. Cooking. Lewis Hamilton cooking in that Ferrari. Beautiful. Beautiful to see. Beautiful to see. Forza Ferrari. Forza Ferrari. I'm surprised he went for another push lap, to be honest with you. I really am. But maybe that's what they're trying to do right now. I would like to see an onboard. I'd like to see an onboard to see how that car is handling. It looks okay from the outboard shots, or the offboard shots. But Carlos Sainz there with a hard compound tyre. That's a good lap time from him. Half a second off of Lewis Hamilton's time on a hard compound tyre. That's pretty decent from Carlos Sainz. So 2 tenths quicker that time around. That lap from Lewis Hamilton. 3 tenths quicker than George Russell. George Russell will be like, let me out there, get me back out there. I want to beat him. I can't be second, even if it's testing. I cannot be beaten by Lewis Hamilton. We're definitely going to see some, if it stays dry, we're definitely going to see sub 30 seconds today. So, or 1 minute 30, you know. Lewis is already a full second faster than his best lap in the Mercedes last year in testing. So, and I've just been informed that he's only a couple of attempts off of his best laps in Q2 and Q3 in qualifying last year in the Mercedes as well. So that's an indication of how Lewis is feeling comfortable, but also how much they are, how much quicker these cars are year on year. So is Lewis going to go again? He's probably had a lap of cool down. And Lewis does come into the pit. So a couple of push laps there from Lewis Hamilton, which was nice to see. Nico Hulkenberg on a push lap as well, a 29.3, him in the first sector. But that's only quick enough for 4th at the moment. So for him, let's see if he can go quicker than Sainz or Gasly. Of course, Sainz did that on the hard compound tyre. Hulkenberg a full 39.2. So no, he's short of... well, he's made a mistake there in the middle sector, it seems. A 39.2. Maybe that was Carlos Sainz in his way. But... get the stake. It's terrible, isn't it? It's really bad. I swear it didn't look like that at F175. They've actually altered the livery, haven't they? Like, it doesn't blend in anymore. It's not a blending in. It's like there's a sharp cut-off point on the car. So they've just completely altered the way their livery works. Well, what they showed us, so. The blend must have been too complicated. Maybe. Or maybe it's where they're just swapping out parts. Maybe it's that as well. Engine cover has been swapped or something. It's probably because of that, to be fair. But yeah, it doesn't look great. It looks like, but they've just given it to the CEO of Stake F1 has just given it to his kid for an art project. And he's gone, here you go, daddy. They've gone, yeah, slap that on the car. If you go on Twitter, you'll be able to see it. So, trying to find... Let's have a look. Who even uses Twitter these days? Everyone. Right. I'm trying to look at results for last year. So yeah, we discussed this, didn't we, yesterday? But the fastest lap in qualifying last year was a 29.1. So we're less than a second off of the fastest lap. As wow, by the way, Carlos Sainz set the fastest middle sector on the hards. Whoa, Carlos Sainz. Cooking. What did you have for breakfast, Mr. Sainz? Made a couple of LH edits, man. Yeah, of course you can, mate. Yeah, go for it. I'll check them out. I won't be able to check them out right now because I'm using my phone as like TV coverage. I'll check them out later. Second best time. Not bad, not bad. I've got high expectations for Sainz this year. I really do. I really do. Apart from Alonso, Ham, Max, who would you think have ability to win a championship? I think both the McLaren drivers. I really do. I think they've improved year on year out. I think Lando last year was a big year for Lando. I think he would have learned a lot from it. I do expect him to be there again, fighting for a championship from the beginning. I think Oscar Piastri as well. He's proven that he can. He's in his third year now, and he's made progression over those 2 years. So consistency will be key, of course, for Oscar. I think George Russell's got championship winning ability as well. I really do. So, yeah, I think there's a number of drivers that if they're given the car, they can win a championship. So, did we mention Charles Leclerc? Charles is not consistent. I disagree. Charles is actually super consistent. So, last year, bearing in mind it's a 24-race season, last year was probably his most consistent year. Now, he had that poor run, didn't he? Where Ferrari just, I don't know, seemed to just switch off for about 3 or 4 races, where they sent him out on dry tyres when he should have been on wet tyres. They decided to send him out way too late in Austria. And he didn't even get like a Q3 lap time in, or in the sprint race, or whatever it was. So there were moments there where Ferrari, I mean, after Monaco, he was within a race win, I think it was, of Max Verstappen. Like, he was the title challenger after Monaco. And then they just decided to shit the bed, Ferrari. And he went, like, he had like 3 out of the next 4 races, he didn't score points, I think it was. And yeah, those were his title chances gone. But considering Ferrari weren't the quickest car over the majority of the season, he didn't fail to finish outside, other than that poor run, as we said, just mentioned, kind of out of his control. Other than maybe Silverstone's the only one that really comes to my mind where I think that was more so on him. He didn't make it through to Q3. And he made the decision to pit early, which didn't work in those changeable conditions. But he didn't finish outside the top 5 in like 20 races, 21 races. Like, that's crazy consistent. And that's the sort of consistency you need to win a championship. And that's the same with like Max. Max didn't finish. His worst finishing position all year was a 6th place at Monza. So, yeah. Race going to be on? No racing yet. Obviously, we've got a few more weeks yet until we head to Australia. He got lapped those races. I know. It was shocking. Absolutely shocking. So, yeah, I did look into it, and Charles was super consistent last year. So, there's no second driver anymore. No. And I think it's going to be an interesting dynamic this year between Lewis and Charles. Yeah, I'm intrigued to see how it goes for them. Do I think Russell will get a race ban or a fine for swearing yesterday? Did he swear yesterday? Wouldn't surprise me if he gets something post-testing. Wouldn't surprise me. F1 isn't just about competition of drivers, it's also competition team mechanic due to everyone having a different car. I thought everyone had the same car, just different livery. No. So, yes, in F1, it is not what we call a spec class. So, F2, F3, they all have the same car, same engine. But of course, there's different ways to gain performance through setup changes and tyre pressures and stuff. But in F1, yeah, every car is basically different, and it is about who can create the best car. So, yeah, drivers are limited to, you could be the best driver in the world, but if you stick Lewis Hamilton, as we've seen, in an underperforming Mercedes, isn't going to win races, as we've seen. Same with Max Verstappen. You put him in a Haas, a stake F1 car, he's not going to win races. It's just physics at the end of the day. So Alonso is a perfect example. Yeah, Fernando Alonso. So yeah, but what they do is that teams will buy parts off of others. So generally speaking, the big boys, Mercedes, Ferrari, Red Bull are kind of like a customer team, aren't they, really, to an extent? But the likes of Mercedes and Ferrari create a lot of the engines, the gearboxes. They create a lot of things in-house, and then they will sell them to other teams. The likes of Williams use Mercedes gearboxes and engines. Alpine will do that next year as well, as do Haas with Ferrari. They use Ferrari engines and other parts as well. So, yeah. That's kind of how F1 works. And then there are parts that are on the car that everyone uses from the same supplier. So it's not totally unique, shall we say. But yeah, a lot of it is. Right, anyone else who's out there at the moment? So Ocon's still minding his own business, doing 20 laps. Yeah, Haas are just doing their own run plan, aren't they? They're not caring about laps. Oh, here we go. George Russell, he's on a fresh set of mediums. Here we go. Here we go. I knew it wouldn't be long. I knew it wouldn't be long till George Russell was like, I want to get that sub 30 lap time. Let's keep an eye out on George Russell and see if he can retake top spots here in the timing screens away from Lewis Hamilton with that 30.08. So here we go. George Russell down into turn 1. And he did have his DRS open. Didn't he have his DRS open? Let's see if he goes through turn 3. Does he have DRS open? He's backed out of it. He's backed out of it, George Russell. He's backed out. Did he lock up there down into turn 1? It's raining a bit more, is it? Ah, that might be why. That might be why then George Russell might have backed out of it because he felt a lack of grip into the first sector and he's now going quite slowly. Yeah, George was making an adjustment on his steering wheel down into turn 1. No, at the last corner actually. So they're on board with him. Let's see as he heads down into turn 1 what happened. Did he have a big lockup? Did he just go wide? Let's see. So I think he was planning for a run. Yeah, the car just didn't turn. He braked and he just didn't turn, and then he had a snap of oversteer through turn 3. So yeah, and on the radio instantly reporting that he's starting to spit a bit more. So yeah. Good save, very good save. But rain in Bahrain, ladies and gentlemen. That's what we've got at the moment. George Russell's going very slowly. It's okay for Esteban Ocon and Nico Hulkenberg though, but no rain. Does it say it's raining yet? Let's have a look. So we can see here with this thing. Let's remove that. Rain, yes. Rain, yes. Is what's being reported right now. The Ferrari front end doesn't look very pointy on the Hamilton onboard and F1 YouTube, like a comfy boat. Yeah, I wouldn't say these cars are really... I think it's quite difficult to set these cars up to be very pointy anyway, IQ, because they're so large and so heavy. So they're never going to look as pointy as what we've seen in the past. But I would say what you want to look for is kind of like the overcorrections. You want to see whether or not... Yeah, you want to see whether or not he is... how many corrections is he making on corner entry, mid-corner, and of course on the exit? Basically, yeah, throughout the whole corner. But I've only ever seen him make some slight corrections through turn 13. Other than that, for the most part, the car looks good. I think he looks more comfortable in it. Whereas I remember watching him last year in the Mercedes at this point in testing, and he was just fighting that car the whole time. But you're just going to lose time. So, George Russell on an actual lap now, but... yeah, maybe after that off last time, not feeling as confident in the car. Bit hesitant with a 29.4 in the first sector. We'll see if he gains a bit of that time back in the middle sector. Carlos Sainz back out on another fresh set of hards. It's interesting. Who's going to be the new Mazepin, in my opinion? No one can replace Mazepin. Just like no one can replace Nicholas Latifi. But I do think... I mean, look, you can't look past Lance Stroll, so... Russell's green in Sector 2, is he? Well, let's find out as he heads through Turn 12 and to Turn 13. And, well, he's not, actually. Russell is slower, 38.7. So that's only a tenth off of what he did, off of his fastest lap. Carlos Sainz still has the fastest middle sector on the hard compound tyre as well. A tenth quicker than everyone else. Are you looking at mini sectors, Gaming? Is that what you're looking at? He was green in the last sector, though. 30.7 lap time around for him. Looking at the mini sectors, fair enough. So Lando Norris will be in the car later on today. If you're just joining us, it will be... The only two drivers today that are running the whole day are Carlos Sainz and Liam Lawson. So no Max Verstappen or Alex Albon today. They'll be in the car all day tomorrow. And then everyone else is swapping out for their teammates this afternoon. But welcome, everyone. Hope you're good. Hope you're enjoying this stream as always. Please hit that like and subscribe button. Ferrari looks more balanced today. No extremes. Yeah, I'm still yet to see an onboard, Connor. I really want to see that onboard lap of Lewis, but it looked good from the outboard shots. Offboard shots. Terminology, Scott. Come on. Did I see the new YouTube Studio AI generated video? Oh God, I haven't actually. I'll have a look. Shall I see what they're recommending? Is Hamilton looking good? Yeah, he looked good. Yeah, he does. 26 memes. 26 cars gonna be not that small compared to this car's right. They'll be smaller, but yes, not that much smaller. But they're heading in the right direction. They're going to be lighter. I think they're... How much lighter? Did I read 200 kilos lighter? I'm going to have to fact check myself here. I know they're definitely going to be lighter. Is it 200 kilos lighter? Am I right with that, Taco? I could be wrong there. I could be wrong. I thought that's what they're aiming for. I could be completely wrong there. 786, no, yeah. 30 kilograms. 30 kilograms. 60 kilograms? Okay, 60 kilograms, something like that. But I think their aim is to get the cars back down to... No, sorry. I know where I got 200 kilos from. The cars are 200 kilos more, as Sainz did go fastest in the first sector, but then had a massive off, it seems, in the middle sector. 44.5 there. Is it starting to rain in the middle sector? I wonder if it's wet and raining in the middle sector. That's a quite... They're all doing 45s there, 41s in the middle sector, over 40 seconds. Got to be a lack of grip there somewhere. But that's a mega first sector from Carlos Sainz on hards as well. I think overall, I think what I saw is that the current modern day cars are 200 kilograms heavier than what they were back in like 2010. I think that's what I saw. I think that's where I got 200 kilograms from. So, where do you go for that? Suggestions and stuff. It's under inspirations. Oh, I think I've seen that before. Where do you go to get that, though? Get ideas for your next video, or... Piastri on a fast lap? It's a fast lap for him, but it's not that of a fast lap. He's 8 tenths off in the first sector compared to Carlos Sainz, so... On content, go to left of videos, should be there. I haven't got it. I think I have seen something like that before, though. Yeah, it was in YouTube Studio. What, the app? Are you in the app, or are you on the thing? So, is the rain good enough for Inters? Not sure, not yet. As I just saw Oscar Piastri go off middle sector. So yeah, it does seem like it's a bit wet in the middle sector. Let's keep an eye out on Fernando Alonso's on a fresh set of hards. We'll be able to tell by his lap time. Middle sector here as well. Hulkenberg has just got stuck behind Tsunoda there. Let's see. What about Esteban Ocon? He's on a... He has 66 seconds, so he's on a like cool down lap. What is Piastri doing? Why is he not setting a proper lap? Not entirely sure. I think he is trying. He was trying to there. He was trying to there, but he's had to come back in. But yeah, the weather is really intermittent at the moment. I think it's coming down in the middle sector quite a bit. So we'll see George Russell, 32nd in the first sector. That's not too bad. So I'm just watching. Oh, wow. Big snap from Oscar Piastri on the entry to turn 11. So, yeah, I mean, you can see George Russell there, a 42nd middle sector time. That is considerably off the pace to what we see from these guys, even on their long runs. So it is wet in the middle sector. Saw Carlos Sainz snap at exactly the same corner as well. It's very wet on the exit of turn 11, well, down into turn 11. That section there, turn 11, turn 12, is wet. It's pretty weird. As Yuki Tsunoda's got lots of sensors on his car. Looks like he's got wings on the car. Piastri is going to give Norris such trouble. Can see them becoming frosty. Piastri is a shark. Yeah, I think it's going to get tasty between them. Oh my god. We can see that. I can see the specks of rain on the lenses of the cameras as well. That's the thing. So it's a bit wet in the... It's a bit wet down in turn 1, 2, and 3, and it's wet down at turn 11. So, how is Bahrain wet? Who knows? I mean, rain is in the name, but yeah. Sainz dominant start. I'm so intrigued to see how he gets on, man, this year. But yeah, it's not. I mean, the majority of the track is still slick, like as in dry. Sorry, for slick tires. But it is, yeah, it is. I mean, you can visibly see it raining. Very odd in Bahrain. Should we have a check on the weather? Let's have a check on the weather. Circuit weather. Okay. Precipitation. It's low though. It's like 15%, 20%. So, but enough to cause these drivers a bit of issues under braking. I think Hamilton's lap isn't going to be... No, it won't be. If the rain comes down more. Because it's not particularly hot, is it, at Bahrain either? So, I mean, it's 16... Track temperature is 16 degrees and the air temperature is just above 13. So, if it rains, it's not like the track's going to dry out quick enough. Notice on the times yesterday, there was still the 0.4 gap from the big teams to the midfield. Yeah, I think we expect that still. It's a lot to us. The thing is, with 2026 regs like on the horizon, I think that gap was always going to stay consistent. If we were going into another 2 years of regs or another year of these regs after this, I think we'd see maybe that gap close up a little bit more. But yeah. They're kind of putting their focus, understandably, onto 2026 as well, because there's an opportunity there for a fresh restart and for a number of these teams to potentially jump up a few spots on the grid. So it's strange that McLaren didn't run their cars a lot in testing. Yeah, I don't know what. I mean, obviously they've got their own run plan. I think there was a genuine issue with Lando's car yesterday, though. I don't think they planned on having Lando's car in the garage for that long in the afternoon session to start off with, because it looked like he was in there for quite some time. But yeah, I mean, surely they've got to be thinking about getting more laps in. But I mean, these cars are reliable enough now these days. I mean, when does a car ever break down now? Like, they very rarely do they? I think they're really hoping it's not going to rain hard now so they can stay on dryers. Yeah. Yeah, it only seems to be literally just a couple of corners. Just a couple of corners when they need to just be a bit careful. So for us, for them getting a full quick lap in, it's a bit tricky. But for them getting still what they want to do, get any data, that's what they want. So, or it's sufficient. What do I think Hamilton will get to pace before Melbourne? Well, get up to speed. Yeah, I think so. I think he'll be good in a good position. Look, I've said this before, that the best drivers in F1 history are the most adaptable drivers, and Lewis is definitely one of those drivers. Will he be on the same level as Charles Leclerc from the get-go? I have my reservations about that. I still expect Charles Leclerc to be better and have the advantage over Lewis to begin with, because that's just natural. Charles has been at the team for 5 years and he's no slouch, and Lewis has just joined the team. But Lewis has proved before, look at when he joined McLaren in his rookie year, that he can get up to speed very quickly. But I'm still... I don't expect him to beat Charles, but I do expect him to be up there. To begin with, anyway. Max will drive tomorrow. He's going to be in the car all day tomorrow. Today is Liam Lawson only. As the same for Carlos Sainz. You missed the Rolex sponsors. Did my mic get quiet? Did it? Hang on. What's going on? Let me just check something. It shouldn't. Sometimes it might be because of where I move. I've got a noise gate on as well, so I'll reduce the noise gate, so you'll literally hear my thoughts. Then move that back up. Cool. Lewis back out there, watching his onboard now. They're on board with Lewis Hamilton. This is what I want to see. I want to see how this car handles. I mean, it is just an outlap. But great, your phone is probably water damaged. You'll try to fix it and be right back. Oh, lots more spots of rain on the lens of the camera, pointing back down the track from turn 4. So at the top of your screen, down to turn 3. That's straight there. It's looking a bit wet, but the track itself looks dry. So just want to see a push lap. It was just YouTube doing YouTube things. Fairs. Well, I know sometimes I may get a bit low, or it may cut out some stuff because I've got a noise gate. So if no one knows audio and noise gate, it's basically just it kind of your voice has to be over a certain level. Hang on. Lewis Hamilton is reporting, yep, it's quite a bit damp out here. So that's why he's just come back in the pits. So, oh no. Yeah, sorry, a noise gate, basically just the aim is to cut out background noise, because background noise is obviously at a lower level, and you set a noise gate so that whenever you speak, that mic basically then activates. So Russell says it's sweating his helmet. Do you remember that? Did I change my views on the SF25 livery till now, or is it still bad? It's still bad. I don't like the white stripe. I don't like the HP logo. And we discussed this yesterday as well. The HP logo is even on the gloves. It's even on this part. So you hold onto the steering wheel, and you can see on the onboard shots of Lewis Hamilton, it's here. It's like, it's already on the halo. It's already clearly visible on every single bloody camera shot you can think of. Why does it need to be on the gloves as well? It's just, yeah. I'm going to stop. I'm going to set myself off again. It's just too much. So, background noise. What, wifey asking you if you want a coffee? Mainly the reason I've got a noise gate on Haiku is because these are too loud. Can you hear those? So when I'm racing, they're very clicky. So I have the noise gate on so that you don't hear them every single time that I shift. So yeah, that's the main reason why. And I sometimes forget to lower it for when I'm just doing these streams. You like the white stripe, you don't like the HP logo. I only like the stripes because it looks like the F2004. But I feel like the stripe could be done more subtly. I just feel like don't deviate from the red. I don't mind if you want to chuck in a little bit of like a white stripe, like trim here and there. But yeah, If I pay 100 mil, I might as well get it even tattooed on the driver. I know. They're obviously paying a considerable amount of money. So, but it is better. It is better than the Sauber. It is better than the Sauber. Thank you for the sub, John. Much appreciated. Thank you very much. And anyone who subbed in the meantime, please hit that like and subscribe button. Of course, at the moment, the drivers are not... Only Yuki Tsunoda is out there. It's very intermittent weather at the moment in Bahrain. We do actually have some rain. Story at the moment really is that Lewis Hamilton has set the fastest lap thus far of any time in testing that we saw yesterday. So a 30.0 from him. There is quicker lap times out there because Carlos Sainz on the hard compound tyre has set the fastest and second sector. So the only place he is not fastest is in the last sector, and that is the only difference between him and Lewis Hamilton at the moment, 0.07 of a second. So we know that there's plenty of pace still in the tank for these cars because the fastest lap in qualifying last year was a 29.1. So will we see a sub 29 second at some point this week? Maybe. I think we'll get close. But yeah, the cars are, as they have done throughout this regulation set, consistently progressing their development, and on average, about just over a second a lap quicker than what we see year in year out. So, you've never heard of the HP brand before? Oh, surely you have, Lee. They make printers and computers. They're very. I primarily know them for computers, for laptops, and like monitors and stuff, and then they make printers as well, like kind of like anything to do with computing. That's what they're involved in. So they're massive, absolutely massive. My work laptop's HP. So how much are they paying them? It's supposedly, there is no confirmed amount, but it is rumored to be on the same level as what Oracle have paid for Red Bull. So Oracle have a 5-year contract, which I think it was the biggest contract in F1, but supposedly I read it was 100 million that Ferrari were getting from HP. Let's see if we can find out again. HP sponsor Ferrari. It's $100 million annually. That's what is rumored to be. So $100 million a year is, it's reportedly worth 2/3 of the budget cap. So the budget cap is what, 185 million? Is that right? Yeah, it's been reported around $100 million. I mean, yeah, that's a fair whack. That's a fair whack, isn't it? Yeah, Oracle, I think, is the same. Like, Oracle have a shed load of money invested. I think Oracle was 500 million after over 5 years. Is that right? So that works out about 100 million a year as well. So we'll look, Oracle, Red Bull, sponsor, cost. 100 million a year for 5 years. Yeah, that's what Oracle is. So yes, it's basically the same part. It's the same deal as what Oracle have with Red Bull. Except Oracle didn't slap on their contract that their logo needs to be everywhere on the car. They were like, yeah, we're fine with it just on the side of the car. And on your merch. HP were like, we want it everywhere. HP was one of the biggest PC companies. They went to China first and started making cheap stuff and almost died. Probably doing military stuff like most of them to stay afloat. Well, they're still everywhere, Haiku. I mean, they've managed to get their way back into kind of the corporate world. I know pretty much that I work in construction, but from what I've seen from just people working on the trains in London, you either have a ThinkPad, so that's a Lenovo ThinkPad laptop, or you have a HP laptop. So they've managed to build their brand back up through kind of that way. And they still sell a shed load of like printers and stuff as well. But yeah, the laptops are definitely used more in the corporate world now than just like the business world, from what I've seen personally. So right, no cars out on track. we've had nearly an hour and a half of this morning session with Lewis Hamilton really setting the fastest lap time there, with Carlos Sainz close behind him as well on the hard compound tyre. So that just shows that there's still plenty of pace in hand for that Ferrari and for all the teams, really. For all the teams. But yeah, good to see. HP laptops are usually the only waterproof heavy-duty ones. I can't say I've ever left it out in the rain, but yeah. How long's testing for? So we've got another 2.5 hours. There is a timer at the top left-hand side of your screen. You can see that there. So yes, we've got 2.5 hours remaining. And there's 2 4-hour sessions per day, a morning and afternoon session. So HP does stand for something. Yes, it is a... I think it's the person's name who created it. HP. HP... HP stands for Hewlett-Packard. Hewlett-Packard. It's named after the university engineering graduates William R. Hewlett and David Packard, who set up the company in their garage in 1939. They first started working on audio oscillators, and yeah, they would go on to the business they are now. Most normal tech company moment, yeah. Hewlett-Packard, there you go, guys. Right, guys. HP are the ones behind printer ink. Blame them. Yeah. Yeah, they're the ones who create all the printers. But right, guys, I'm going to go have another coffee. Suggest you guys do the same while we've got a little bit of break in the testing here with no cars out on circuit. So, yes, we'll be back in just a couple of minutes, guys. Vamos, Sans, vamos. no cars out on track? What's going on here? Why is there no cars out on track still? Still raining. Oh. Is it raining? Is it proper raining? Oh no. Oh no. Chia tea? No. No, it's a coffee, it's a latte. A little bit of caramel syrup in it. Sugar-free caramel. Need to watch the sugar content. How is it raining in bloody Bahrain? Oh my god. Oh my god, I'm just seeing an image of the rear wing, the DRS flap of the Sauber or the Stake F1 car, and it is so flexible when it's open, bearing in mind. Not while it's down. Wow. Hey KT. Yeah, I'm seeing it now. Taco. I didn't have the footage next to me, but yeah, no, you can visibly see it in the air. How? Unless Alonso and Ocon want to go out there. Yeah, they're the only ones with tyres. With wet tyres. Yeah, Ocon is in the car, isn't he? And they've got tyres on. They're going to send him out. Woo! There he is. Trudging down the end of the pit lane. It's raining, but it still means we have cars on track. One car on track. This will be one lap. You watch. This will be one lap. How many intermediate tyres did they bring? They did one set of intermediates, didn't they? And one set of wets. Yep. Who would have thought we would see the intermediate tyre used at testing here at Bahrain? Unbelievable. This could be really important data for Haas. Like, genuinely, like, this running now could be really important for them, and I bet you the other teams will be looking at this as well and keeping a sharp eye on it, because we could end up with rain as early as China, the second race of the year, and the data that Haas gather here, depending on how many laps they do, I'd be very intrigued to see how they would perform at the first rain race of the year. Where's Red Bull? In the pits. So, if you're unaware, Alpha, only two teams have brought wet weather tyres with them this week. And that is Haas, who have one set of intermediates and one set of wets. And Aston Martin, who have 3 sets of intermediates because they saw the forecast and decided to bring some of those tyres with them. But this is mad. I'm looking at Bahrain and I'm seeing wet tyres on a car at Bahrain. Bizarre. Absolutely bizarre. Yeah, that runoff is a no-go, isn't it? It's an absolute no-go. What is the benefit of taking 2 sessions continuously versus 1 session in 1 day in testing? What you mean is what, one driver doing a continuous day? I guess it depends on the run plan of the teams. They might want to... If that's what your question is asking, Arnold, I think it is. It might be that they just want a form of consistency. Yeah, so one driver doing 1 whole day compared to just doing the morning and afternoon session, just probably consistency. Yeah, feedback is better for new parts. obviously changing conditions as well. The driver's been in the morning session where it's like generally cooler to hot, and then it gets from hot to cool, so they can describe how the car feels throughout the duration of the day. More specifically of how it felt in the morning compared to the afternoon. So yeah, there's that benefit to it. He pitted and then he's back out again. He's probably doing a start. Yeah, he's just doing some practice starts. Carlos is renowned as super sensitive and able to describe stuff. Charles commented that. Yeah, some drivers are better than others. Definitely. I've always said this about Williams, is that, like, it's one thing to be slow and crashy, which is Logan Sargent and Latifi. But also, what was their feedback like? What were they doing in post-race briefings and, like, just development meetings to be able to guide the team into a certain direction to help the car be more comfortable for them and to stop crashing and to make them quicker? And I don't think they probably had a lot of input, whereas a good driver like Sainz, not just from his ability to drive the car and how quick he can be, but as you mentioned, from his feedback and from his knowledge of the cars and from what he's experienced at Ferrari, will be a lot that he can bring to Williams. The Charlos content better come out soon or you will crash out. So, bit of intriguing information here for you guys, what I've just discovered. So, in the past, when Bahrain hosted the first race of the season, Pirelli would supply what was essentially a free set of intermediates and wets to each team outside of the overall allocation. Because if they weren't used, then they would be carried over to the race weekend itself. Lovely. Thank you. But as the first race this year is in Australia, this wasn't possible because the tyres are dispatched to the events months in advance. So the tyre sets in Bahrain were released from Pirelli's factory in Romania in December, and so teams had to make their own choices on the tyres they wanted at the end of last year. Only Aston Martin and Haas opted to cover off the chance of rain. That is mad. That is mad that Aston Martin and Haas chose their tyres back in December to cover off the potential of rain in Bahrain. That is mad. That is mad. So that's why they've only got... That's why they haven't got a free set. Yeah, nice muffin. Nice muffin. It's a buttered muffin. Toasted. Is it 4 AM for me, Polly? No. Hello, by the way. It is... nearly 9 o'clock, 8:45. Good point. I haven't actually. I'm gonna check. Normally they text me. 8 PM there, 10 PM. Must be nice to chill and have something to watch in the evenings. Nothing yet. It's probably not out for delivery. Haas is collecting so much data in these free sessions only. They run the most laps and now with the inters. I know. I'm so intrigued to see if... I'm so intrigued to see what their performance will be like in the first rain race of the year. What's interesting is that there's no spray being thrown up. It's just that the track is just like slick. But I can't see any spray at all. Do not. Bloody cat. Get out. Get out. Get out. Honestly. Oh. You want to see the cat? Oh, you'll see her. You'll see her soon. We've got basically over here. We've got a bunch of blinds that are going to go up. That need to be put up. And they're just opening their boxes, and she's just climbing all over them. It's like, get off of the blinds. I love her, but she can be a menace. She'll make an appearance later, Ben. If she just probably not curled up asleep somewhere. So yes, that's really interesting about the wets and the intermediates, isn't it? But Ocon got a few laps in. It's they've only brought one set, so not going to probably do too much running on them. They'll probably want to keep them for Bearman just in case this afternoon. Show you the gap. No, I've just chucked her out for the time being. They're all looking very befuddled that there's rain at the moment. Aston Martin aren't going out anytime soon, it seems, either, which is a shame. Wow, pit lane's very wet, isn't it? Very wet. Yeah, I did see that. I don't really get that though, Ben, yesterday with McLaren and trying to block the photographer. It's not like we haven't got 4K cameras to have a look at every nook and cranny of that McLaren while it goes around track or leaves the pit lane, you know? Seemed a bit unnecessary. Obviously it's funny, isn't it, I guess, but... So, Lando Norris has been interviewed by Sky Sports, and he said earlier on, the car was feeling like last year, which is a good start. We had our fair share of issues in the past coming to Bahrain, not starting off on the right foot, but things just feel normal, which is a good start. A lot of stuff has changed on the car, so for us to just go out and check everything is a good start to the test. It really doesn't matter if you're first or last on day one, that only matters in Australia. You never know what fuel loads people are running, engine modes and things like that. For us, it's just checking things and ticking some boxes. The last thing you want is to get to Australia and have some surprises. So all good so far. Positive vibes from Lando. And it did seem like that yesterday. What's my take on Hadjar? Is he a paid driver? He's not a paid driver, no. Sorry. Finish what I'm eating first. He isn't a paid driver. He's come through the Red Bull Academy system. So they have promoted from within. And I think it's the right time for him. He's been muted to be promoted for some time because even before last year, which is when he fought for the F2 Championship, he... a toasted muffin and tea, Ben. He was able to, or he was able to conduct some test sessions in the Red Bull, in the rookie tests. So it's like the right time for him to make a step up, because he just lost out on winning the F2 title last year. He's punchy. He's very punchy, that's for sure. I think he's may get himself caught up in a few incidents this year in the midfield. I'm intrigued to see how he gets on. Yeah, I'm intrigued by every rookie this year, to be honest with you. I don't think it's too soon. I think it's the right time for him. Will he get a long opportunity at RB? I think he'll get at least 2 years. I think he'll get this year and next year. Because I think Yuki is definitely leaving at the end of this year. I think he's made that well known. And then they've got that Arvid Lindblad coming through the ranks. He's in F2 this year. Very highly rated within the Red Bull system. And I think they will... and I think they'll end up... with Hadjar and Lindblad next year. So... yeah, no worries, Taco, mate. See you later. Yuki is leaving. Where? We don't know where. The rumours have always been Aston Martin. He might not even find himself on the grid next year. He might sign him. He might be a reserve driver for Aston Martin next year because of the Honda connection. And then Fernando Alonso leaves at the end of 2026, and then he's back in for 27. Possibility, but I don't know. What about Drogovic? Had that media hiccup is what cost him to get overlooked. I think the problem for Drogovic is that he's... it seemed like a masterstroke of a move to position himself at Aston Martin, because you think Alonso would only have a couple of years, but Alonso's going on longer than anyone thought he would. So, unfortunately, it's kind of backfired on him because he's been out of an F1 car. He's been out of kind of racing for quite some time. And unfortunately, even though you're in the paddock, people forget about you. And a lot of these teams have their own driver academies, and they're looking within their own systems, rightfully so, to promote from within. And yeah, he just hasn't really been afforded an opportunity. I don't know why it's not worked for him off track, but I think it's just a fact of being forgotten. Really, I do. People look at it might be a trivial thing, but people look at it that he's been out of racing for too long. And yeah, you get typecast as more of a reserve driver than an actual main man. What Drogovic needs is an opportunity like Colapinto or like Nick De Vries got, where there's an injury or an illness to Alonso or to Lance Stroll, and he has to step in and be a super sub for 3 races. I think we all expected him to get that when Lance Stroll broke his wrist. I still think that was super risky, but Lance Stroll, and I'm surprised he was even allowed to race, considering how he was struggling to turn the steering wheel. I think that was quite dangerous. I think he's not only the fact of, obviously he managed it, but the problem is that if he got shunted at all, like, there's no way his wrist would have held up. Absolutely no way. He wouldn't have been able to control that car, even with all that adrenaline going through him. So I'm surprised that he was allowed to do that, and I think that was potentially Drogovic's chance, because he did testing, didn't he? And he looked good in testing. But yeah, I think Drogovic needs. I think his only chance now is if he's a reserve driver and he gets an opportunity and he takes that opportunity. So I'd love to see the sim data Drogovic compared to Lance Stroll. I bet he's probably quicker, but it doesn't matter. Doesn't matter, does it? At the end of the day, because we all know the situation with Lance Stroll. Will we get any on-track action for the 2 hours? I don't know, to be honest with you. I really don't know. If the rain continues to keep coming down hard, yeah, I'm not sure. we will obviously keep streaming. But, yeah, not sure. We may end up cutting the stream a bit short if it does look like there's not going to be no further action. Because I can go and finish off my edits of my predictions. And get that posted for you all. Science is fast. Science is looking good, right? Yeah. I think as many as expected. I should watch the WC FP3. I'd love to hear that V10 off the Aston Martin. Let wifey take over. Get us the insights into Tough Man. No. She's taking little one out soon anyway. She's going to a class with the baby. Like a music sensory class that her and the other mums do. Do it all off with their little ones, so yeah. And then they go and have a coffee and some cake afterwards, or some coffee and lunch. But yeah, guys, thanks for joining us. Regardless, of course, it's a bit of an arduous one this morning. Not much running out on track. Let's have a run through, of course, what is happening right now. So, if you're just joining us, it is wet. It is wet in Bahrain. So, no drivers out there. The only teams that have brought wet tyres here this weekend, or this week, are Haas and Aston Martin. Aston Martin have 3 intermediate tyres available to them, and Haas have 1 intermediate and 1 set of wets. So Ocon went out and did a few sighting laps, but with potential rain forecast maybe for later as well, they haven't done any more running. But what we have seen is still at least 20. George Russell has set the most amount of laps, as well as Esteban Ocon with 28, but Russell did all of his in the dry. Hamilton has set a 1:30.080. He did a couple of push laps this morning, which was interesting to see. Of course, we don't know fuel loads and engine modes. No doubt that car isn't being run at full beans. But Lewis set a good few purple laps and has set the fastest lap we've seen thus far in testing, which is a 30.08. That is less than a second off of the pole position time of 29.2 that we saw last year at Bahrain. Thank you for the sub, Cinti. Thank you for the sub. So, Carlos Sainz in P2, though, is only 0.07 of a second off of Lewis Hamilton on the hard compound tyre. So, running that Williams a little bit more on the full beans, shall we say. Maybe a higher engine mode or battery mode or just less fuel. But regardless, still a good lap time from Sainz to get it so close to Hamilton. And he actually has the fastest first and second sectors. He was only slower in the last sector. George Russell was pushing earlier on and has done 28 laps. Interestingly, Sainz, just going back to him, has only done 14 laps. He's done half the amount of laps as what George Russell has done. And Lewis, that's not far off either, 17. Gasly in P4, 14 laps for him, and he's done a 30.8. Liam Lawson, 15 laps. Hulkenberg, 6 in with 21 laps. Alonso, 14 laps. Still not a lot of laps from the Aston Martin. The fewest laps conducted yesterday out of all the teams. Esteban Ocon, 28 laps, as we mentioned earlier on. And Yuki Tsunoda in P9, 11 laps. And Oscar Piastri, only 7 laps in that McLaren. Not a lot of early running like they did yesterday. So maybe that's a plan for McLaren. But yes, that is basically the status right now. And we are waiting for it to dry up, which I really don't suspect it's going to do in the next 2 hours. Which is a shame. Drivers having coffee now. Yeah. McLaren hiding their aero. Yeah. Yeah, they're doing sneaky things, McLaren. I think they're confident. I think they're very confident. I will say, little disclaimer on my video, my predictions video. I did film them before testing, so I'm not influenced by testing at all. Just FYI, when you're watching it back. RB traditionally doesn't bring race spec to testing, bolts on stuff last minute. Yeah, they're quite sneaky as well. Will Mercedes be a serious title contender this season? Oh, no idea. My thoughts are no. I don't think they will do. I feel, even though I think they've probably made progression, all the other teams have probably made progression as well. And we've seen that they've been at least a year behind in development because they dropped the ball with this regulation set. And I just don't think they're ever going to catch that up. So I think they'll be stronger I think they'll be stronger than last season. I think they'll still have their peaky races. But I think they'll be fighting for maybe podiums a lot more than they did last year. But I don't think they've got a car to consistently fight for a championship over 24 race weekends. The porpoising set Mert back 18 months. Yeah, exactly. The porpoising, the no side pod concept was just like... The funny thing is that it actually wasn't specifically the whole side pod concept that attributed to their porpoising issues. It was the suspension. The suspension, they absolutely ballsed up. And of course, everything kind of works around... The bodywork then works its way around the suspension and the tyres. But yeah, it was mainly the suspension that was the key issue for them that they had to fix. And of course, they had to... With that, they did bring side pods back. But yeah, it just wasn't good enough. Oh, we have drivers getting back in their car. Nico Hulkenberg is putting... Hang on. I could see how Nico Hulkenberg getting his stuff on. Nico Hulkenberg's getting his helmet on and everything. We have movements. What's occurring here? We'd love to see what George can do with a fast car. Yeah. Oh, I like Nico's helmet for this week. That's better than his normal one. Is it drying out that much then? It's only 14 degrees air temperature. That's not very warm, is it? But we do have movement, guys. We have movement in the pit lane with Nico Hulkenberg, who looks like he might be getting in the car. It's going to take Hamilton 6 months to work out the Ferrari tyre deg. Engine pulls harder in gears 2 to 4. You can see that on board. Yeah, I think the thing is with Lewis is that I've mentioned it, he's a super adaptable driver. I don't think he'll be quicker than Charles to start off with, but I still think he'll adapt pretty quick. You've got to remember, Lewis is like, he's 40 years old, he's been in F1 for like 20 years now. And, I mean, he's as sharp as a tack, and I think he'll be able to get used to how the engine pulls in gears 2 to 4. I mean, you'll realise how adaptable... I mean, I'm not the most adaptable of drivers, but even in a sim rig, I can adapt to different cars pretty quickly and get onto a decent pace pretty quick, let alone what these guys do, at the level they're at, and of course the time. I mean, it's their job to do it. So, but yeah, I'm intrigued to see how he gets on. And the thing is, I think tyre deg, I think Lewis will be able to manage that. I think Lewis really... He's one of the best drivers out there when it comes to tyres. So... Oh, apparently it has stopped raining. It has stopped raining. So we'll see if drivers are actually going to go out there. But I don't know how wet the track actually is. How long ago did Lewis set that time? Talking about an hour ago, at least. Behrman said that Lewis changed the steering wheel layout. Oh, did he? How does Ollie Behrman know? I mean, I know he's a Ferrari driver, but... Exactly. Yeah, exactly. But he looks comfortable at the moment, I think. He looks more comfortable than anything I've seen him... Any Mercedes I've seen him drive over the last 3 years, you know? Come on, where's Nico Hulkenberg? Is he going out there? No move. Oh, George Russell's moving. We have movement. We have movement on the track map, ladies and gentlemen. George Russell is making his way to the end of the pit lane. 1 hour, 52 minutes remaining in this test session, and George Russell is out on track. Interesting. Interesting. Let's see what happens here, shall we? George Russell, what tyre is he on? He's got to be on a slick tyre, isn't he? Is he on the medium still? Because he hasn't got wets, is he? Available to him. Let's see. You can't do that. He once drove the W11. So George is out there. Antonelli surprised you yesterday. He was solid and consistent. Well, yeah, I mean, I did see a stat yesterday that Antonelli has driven twice as many kilometers in like closed off testing with Mercedes than what Lewis Hamilton did when he first joined McLaren in his first year, because testing, rookies were allowed a certain amount of mileage of testing in like the current F1 cars prior to them joining a season or starting their first season back in 2008. But Antonelli has done like, I think something like 17,000 kilometers. He's done the equivalent of like 50 full race distances in testing in multiple F1 cars. So that's bloody crazy. That's what he's done in the last like couple of years in closed off testing. So he is not exactly, he is a rookie, but he's not exactly jumping into these cars green. He's done a considerable amount of mileage in these cars. Well, not this exact car, of course, but like F1 cars. So yeah, he should be able to adapt pretty quickly, and he was pretty solid yesterday. Yeah. Is there any superstar in F2 this year? There's one name I think you should keep an eye on, is Arvid Lindblad. So I've mentioned him a few times. He's a British-Swedish driver, and he has just gained his super license by, I think he competed in F3 Asia. They put him in F3 Asia just to get the super license points. But he's been he's someone that is very highly rated in the Red Bull system, and I've heard rumours that he is as highly rated as what Max Verstappen was when he was coming through the junior ranks. So keep an eye out on him, because he's in F2 this year. I don't know what team he's racing for. Let's have a look. But I think really they are looking at him to... he's 17 years old. 2007 he was born. My goodness. He is looking to... be promoted, I think, to the RB team probably for next season. As we mentioned, I think Yuki has confirmed he's going to leave the Red Bull system. So he raced for Prima in 2023 in the F3 Championship. Sorry, in 2024, last year. Where did he finish in that? He ended the season as the highest scoring rookie in F3 last year and finished 4th in his debut year in F3. So not bad for a 17-year-old, I guess, 16-year-old when he would have started. So, but he has dual nationality with Britain and Sweden. His dad's Swedish, while his mum is oh, actually, well, he was born in England, but he's actually Swedish Indian, really. His mum's of Indian heritage, but raised in the UK. '07, they're giving super license to toddlers now. I know, it's crazy. I think that's what might happen, Haiku. Yeah, unless he finds a seat somewhere else on the grid. I don't know what the seating positions are going to be like. Yeah, I don't know what the seat positions are like for next season, really. Or at the end of the season, shall we say. I think there's a few contracts that are out of date at the end of 2026. So, morning wonk. But yes, we have drivers out on track. George Russell, Nico Hulkenberg. Last lap for George Russell was 1:42.5. This is like his first time lap, I think. So, 32.0 in the first sector. 42. So it's still a bit slow in the middle sector. Still a little bit tricky and wet there. But in the first sector, it seems to be a bit quicker now, a bit drier. Anyone been to the Bahrain circuit? No, I've never been. I've never been. The rain has completely gone. Yes, yes, it stopped raining, thankfully. And the track does seem to be quite dry, yeah. Dry enough that George Russell's pushing quite a bit, it seems. The curbs are still wet. The curbs are still wet. But they're at least able to get out there and stay on track. So lots of new Max Verstappens, yeah. But yeah, Ivan Lindblad is definitely someone to keep an eye out on. Let's have a look at the ART F2 lineup. F2 driver lineup. F2 driver lineup. So I think they're all confirmed now. Campos Racing is who Ivan Lindblad is in. I would say also keep an eye out on who else has been promoted from F3. Alex Dunn is in F2 next year, is he? Wow. Keep an eye on Alex Dunn. Raced against him when he was a kid in F3 and stuff. I say raced against him, he kicked my ass. Keep an eye out on Luke Browning as well, I think. Last year, he only was able to compete in 6 races. He was 3rd in the F3 Championship last year. Who else we got there? I think that's it, really, from the top of my head. That cabby, is it Kobe Mainu? Born in... What year was he born in? 2000. He's been... How many years has he been in F2 now? It's his 3rd year. I thought he'd been in F2 a lot longer than that. What are my predictions for 2025? I'm posting them later today. I'm posting a video on them later today, and we can discuss them tomorrow. Oh. Oh, someone left a screwdriver in Oscar Piastri's cockpit. You think it's going to be the same as last year, Max Lando Charles? Fairs. I'm just trying to see who else is in F2 next year to keep an eye out on. So we've got, for sure, who's been promoted from F3? So you've got the F3 champion from last year, Leonardo Fornaroli. He's in F2 this year. Is it Marty who came second to him? Was it Marty? Hey Faz, good to see you, mate. You think Russell will win the World Championship? Oof, bold claim. Supporting Lawson. Yeah, I'm supporting Lawson as well. I'm rooting for him this year. He's not back out on track, interestingly enough. I'm surprised it's only Hulkenberg and Russell. What lap time did Russell do last time out? 36.1, so that's not too bad. So yeah, the track is better. Still very wet on the curbs. You have to be careful. But yeah, at least they're able to get out there and get some data and get some cars on track. You don't watch testing to see it. I watch it to ask Stuffy questions. That's what I'm here for. I'm here to try and bring you guys. Testing's kind of secondary. I'm the main attraction. Yeah, no, it's that's the whole reason of what I do these and why I do the watch-alongs and stuff is that we were able to have a back and forth. We've built a great community here. And I think that's what we do different to other channels and watch-alongs and that. Is that it's not just me commentating on the race and qualifying, which I love to do, but I also love the before and the after, discussing and talking F1. As I said, I was really looking forward to these 3 days because I get to spend 3 days just chatting about F1 rather than looking at Excel spreadsheets. A first stint specialist, watching him get in Piastri's head like he used to in F2 is going to be a highlight. LL Cool Jan, what's his name? Who else? I'm trying to find out if anyone else got promoted from F3. Yeah, 35-1 last time around. So Sonoda's out there now as well. So yeah, it's just the curbs. I don't think we'll see quick lap times until a little bit later, until it dries off the curbs. But I've seen Russell take the curbs a few times, and there's quite a lot of spray, and that's very risky to do on slick tyres. So, oh, fair enough. Straight over my head, that slang did. Straight over my head. Okay, so you got sorry, going back to F2, you got Sami Megutunif, French lad. He's been promoted from Formula 3. 8th in Formula 3 was last year, and he's been promoted to F2. You've got Gabriel Mini, that's it. Gabriel Mini. So we did 2 races last year in F2. Which is why I finished 27th, but he came second, the Alpine Academy driver. So he's been promoted to F2 full-time next year. Who's racing for Prima? Gabriel Mini, is racing for Prima, and Sebastian Montoya is racing for Prima next year. 17th in the F3 Championship he was last year, and he's in F2 in Prima. That's what connections do for you. That's what money and connections do for you when your last name's Montoya. Ram, I'm just back from the annual exam and I'm watching this. What a beautiful way to spend time. Yes, thanks for choosing this, man. Welcome back. What do I think will happen to Doohan? What is the probability of him being replaced? The probability of him being replaced is probably 100%. Unfortunately for him. Yeah. There's just no way he is not going to be replaced, because we've spoken about it kind of to death, but you don't sign Colapinto, you don't buy Colapinto out of his Williams contract, put him on a 5-year deal, and bring in a major Argentinian sponsor to have him sit in the reserves. You just don't. So Gasly's not going to go anywhere, because Gasly is the main man at Alpine. So it'll be Doohan. So yeah, Doohan will end up... supposedly, the rumours are he's got 5-6 races in his contract. So yeah, I think he will be replaced, but he needs to just do what he can in those 5-6 races to prove that he deserves an opportunity again, whether it be at Alpine or another team. You know, he needs to do exactly what Colapinto did last year. Prove that he is worthy of being in F1. What about Hugo making his F3 debut with Prima? Yes, that's another guy to keep an eye out on. Yes, I will have a look at F3 afterwards. Yeah, he's very highly... Is that the American lad, isn't it? Is that the young American? Alpine's just taking Doohan's money. I don't think... I mean... Yes and no. I mean, he's been part of their academy system for quite some time, and he has been their reserve driver for some time. So it was kind of a natural progression, but the thing is that Flavio Briatore is just a shrewd businessman. And look, I'm not sure that if Alpine didn't finish 6th in the Constructors last year and got that extra prize money, I'm not sure if they would have gone for Colapinto. I think them getting that 6th place and not instead of finishing 8th, because they literally leapfrogged Haas and RB in one race, I think they probably wouldn't have had the money to go for Colapinto, because they're looking to sell on, not looking to make investments. So yeah, bringing in Colapinto is good. To bringing in Colapinto and bringing in that money looks good to sell it on for investors and to current shareholders, of course. So count their tyre history so you know how many laps each driver's done. On the left-hand side, Lucas, you can see right next to their names, that is exactly how many laps they've done. That's their total lap count. Where's Verstappen? He's not in the car until tomorrow. So Liam Lawson's in the car all day today, as is Carlos Sainz. So Albon and Verstappen will be in the car tomorrow. Everyone else is swapping out at lunchtime. In the McLaren. Is he a McLaren Academy driver, is he? Oh, I didn't realise he's in the McLaren Academy. Yeah, he's really highly rated, isn't he, that Hugo? I'm not too familiar with him. I heard him being spoken about in one of my group chats, because we were discussing Cadillac, who would be their American driver that they'd go for. But how old is he? Is he 16, 17? He's got to be young, isn't he? Hey, Jordan, how's it going, buddy? Where you been? Your man is in the car all day today. He's in the car all day. Will Hamilton come out of the track now or not? I suspect that he will still go out there and do some running at some point, yes. The track is a lot drier now. As I said, the curbs are still a little bit tricky. But you can see George Russell lapping consistently 34s. The track's getting quicker and quicker. As Piastri has finally set an absolute... I say absolute time. He set a time. That's basically why I'm applauding. So, racing SFL and kicking ass. It's at the Red Bull Ring this week, isn't it? I'll be jumping in the Super Formula. I'm really enjoying Super Formula at the moment, the big boy one. When will the drivers swap? After lunchtime, so at 12 o'clock. So this will end at 11 a.m. UK time, so yeah, 1 hour, 34 minutes from now. And then you will have an hour's break, and then another 4 hours of testing. 20 years from now. Can't wait for Australia. Yeah, not long to go. Not long to go. Lots of hype around the first race. I can't wait as well. Oh, Piastri. Lock up into turn 1. Jordan and Jordan are back, yeah. Don't know where the other Jordan's gone, but 4 hours is mad for testing. I know. And I'm here for all of it. I'm here for all of it, Stephen. Who's the madman? But yes, what was the last time by George? 33.7. So yeah, you can see that track is just getting quicker and quicker at the moment. Hamilton, there you go. There's your cue, guys. Hamilton at the end of the pit lane. He is just doing a start procedure as he's exiting the pit lane. And there we go. Hamilton back out on track. The only driver yet to be out on track at this moment in time is Carlos Sainz. And I'll tell you what, we haven't seen all cars out on track that often at the same time since testing has begun. So, yeah. We are madmen willing to do it. I'm very good, thanks, Stephen. Yeah, I'm very good. Been up since 6:30. So, yeah, it's good. I'm tired of people believing that Hamilton can win his 8th in 2025. So much unnecessary hype. I think, look, let people believe. Let people believe. If that's what they want to believe and it makes people happy, same as like the hype around Antonelli and Verstappen and stuff like that, then yeah, there's nothing wrong with it. I'm not I would say confident. I've got my hopes. My hopes are very reserved. I think he's going to do great this year. I think he's going to win multiple races. Will he win a championship? Who knows? You have to wait and find out for my predictions later on when I post them. Rain in open, dry in fixed. I'm up to 4.5k now. I was finishing top 4 last race with a combined 6.5k strength of field and ran second, 1.2. Oh, no, mate, sick. You've always been a quick boy anyway, Jordan. You're similar to me. It's just getting time to do enough races kind of back to back to get the I rating up. Mercedes already drove twice the amount of kilometers compared to McLaren. Yeah, I'm surprised they've taken so long to get those laps in, to be honest with you. But Lewis out there on a set of used mediums, 25 lap old mediums. But George Russell last lap 33.7. Let's see what lap time he does now. Let's see if the track is even quicker. Can we just discuss for a millisecond just how fierce those Hamilton Ferrari promo shots were? The first one's iconic. Yeah, I will say, never has a man in his 40s looked so good in red. Oh, 39.9 last time there for George Russell. What happened there? You have an off. Have a wobble. What's my subscriber goal for 2025, Rab? To be honest, I don't put too much emphasis on goals with subscribers because that's kind of to an extent out of my control. Of course, I want to increase it. I'd love to double it again. I would. I'd love to double it. We more than doubled it last year. So I'd love to do that again this year. I think that's that would mean that I'd end up with over 70,000 subscribers. That'd be wicked. That'd be absolutely wicked. And I've always said as well, my goal is just to continue just growing the channel. I'm very aware of that, and I'm very aware that I've got a full-time job. I have a family. I have other things going on in my life. But George Russell going slow, by the way. Was he just letting Tsunoda pass, or has he got an issue? He was on the radio just now saying something. I don't know what he was saying. Yeah, so I'm aware that I don't get as much time as I personally would like to create content. I'd love to do more F1 opinion videos and more sim racing videos and streams, but at that time, I'm limited with my time. So as long as I'm able to just continue being consistent with posting content and not over exert myself, and I'm understanding of that, and the channel just continues to keep growing, then yeah, that's all. I'm happy with that, and I'm happy I can continue to do that. So, and then one day I'll get there, and I'll be able to do a video and say I can do this full time. So, my man did an eyebrow raise. It did raise because I think I heard George Russell say something on the radio that he wasn't happy or something. There was an issue with the car. He was going slow, and he has now trudged back into the pit lane. So something wrong with that Mercedes? That's what I raised the eyebrow at. 40k is normal for streaming. Anything above that is doing something special. Streaming is a niche. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. 70k is wonderful. 50k would be smashing. Yeah, exactly. Look, doubling it would be absolutely great. It would be great. But it'd be happy. I mean, if I ended up with over 50 by the end of the year, that's still like 15,000 subscribers gained, which is crazy, absolutely crazy. So yeah, it's a slog. Strength of field in Oz time zone is crap. Yeah. One step at a time, exactly. No, I appreciate you guys tuning in anyway. So, why don't I stream at Twitch? The reason I don't stream at Twitch is, primarily when I do these watch-alongs, I've seen mixed. I feel like there's issues with copyright. I've seen people have had their streams taken down and stuff on Twitch when they've been doing these watch-alongs in the manner which I do them, which I'm not too confident in doing. Because when you multi-stream, at the end of the day, you end up kind of I'm worried that if a stream got taken down on Twitch, it would also affect what I'm doing on YouTube at the same time because it's coming from the same software. So I wouldn't want that to happen. And I don't really have that. I don't really have that large of a following on Twitch, so it's not really my priority. But I am starting to stream, like multi-stream my kind of sim racing streams when I do them, which are few and far between. But yeah, it would be cool to do this, Ben, as a full-time job. It would be cool. What's my salary? Oh, that's need to know information, Vash. I earn a nice salary for what I do for my day job. So that's why obviously YouTube. Put it this way: from what I earn from YouTube, I said it yesterday. It's all relative, but like I say, it's a pocket money. It's nowhere near enough to support paying a mortgage, paying bills, food, living. I'm way off that. So it's nice, don't get me wrong, it's nice to have that little bit extra added to your bank account at the end of each month. But it's, yeah, I'm a long way off. Let's just put it that way. How am I managing my day job right now with this stream? I'm not at work. I've taken holiday days. I've taken actual leave. So I'm technically being paid by my work to do this right now. Someone else is paying me to do this right now. But that I've taken it out of my holiday allocation. So I've got 2 months paternity leave to take in the middle of the year. So I've got 2 months off in the middle of the year because the company that I work for is really supportive for new parents. And because of that, I'm a little bit more flexible with what days I can kind of take off. I don't really normally take off many days in the early part of the year. So yeah, I thought, let's do this. Let's get into the mood for F1. You've had 2 channels banned off YouTube. You're on Rumble now. YouTube is so hard to... It depends on what content you're making. Why have you been banned? Is it because of copyright reasons? Probably. It is and it isn't. There are definitely ways to make money on YouTube. Like, I admit, like the money I make on YouTube at the moment is purely for AdSense, like ad revenue. I haven't got any sponsors. I've got partners in regards to VRS and Veloce, Next Level Racing, but they're not. I am little bit, a few pennies from affiliates, from affiliate codes. They're not like what I'd call actual sponsors of the channel, not paying sponsors of the channel. Which, of course, if anyone wants to be a sponsor for the Watchalongs this year, you know how successful they were last year. Get in contact with me. My email is in my business email is in the description below. So yeah, get in contact if you want to be part of sponsor the streams. But yeah, most people make money. I mean, ad revenue wise, yeah, if you're using copyright clips and stuff like that, they changed their terms on how you can earn money through that now. It's not as lucrative as it used to be because ultimately it's not your content. You haven't put that together. Yes, you can make montages and so forth. Whereas, yeah. How would Gasly do against Lando or Piastri in the same car? I think Lando... Oh, it's a tricky one, really. I do really high rate Gasly. I do. I feel like he deserves another opportunity in a top team. I think if he does well this year in Alpine, I think, yeah, maybe he will get an opportunity again. I mean, there's so many few opportunities, though, isn't there? His hope really is that Alpine get to the top again, but... I don't know. I think he'd fare pretty well. I think he would. He is a race winner as well, remember. Your next gen had a cool UFO esoteric channel when the war that has no name started a couple of years ago. Anyone anti-war, they actually edited my sent Gmails and blocked me from commenting. That's a shame, buddy. So who's out there at the moment? So we've got Gasly, Lawson. So they're all lapping kind of consistently. Lewis Hamilton out there on considerably used medium tyres. 29 lap old medium tyres. But we can see that they're lapping around 34s, 35. So they're still a little way off the times that I'd be expecting to see right now. But that's because the curb, they can't really take too much of the curbing still. Who are the 2 missing drivers? Well, out there at the moment, 3 actually. Hulkenberg, Ocon, and Russell are not out on track. Russell sounded like he had an issue on the car, so I don't know what's going on there. He was going very slow. What are the chances Lawson gets dropped back to V-Carb and Yuki to the main team? I think 0 chance. Yeah, I really do. I don't think they're going to drop Lawson no matter what. I think they'll give him an opportunity. They'll allow him to. Oh no! Big lockup from Lewis. Well, I say big lockup from Lewis down into turn 1. He just touched a white line. Just touched a white line as he went down into turn 1. And went on there, which is why he had a 2-minute lap time previously. Where's Max? He's not in the car until tomorrow. Liam Lawson's in the car all day today, as is Carlos Sainz. And then tomorrow, Albon will be in the car all day, as will Max Verstappen. Haas still with the sandbag, Steve. I know. They're clearly just doing their own thing. They're doing their own thing. They're not bothered about pace at the moment. And they're just running their own simulations, aren't they? Their own run plans. Test plans. Yuki better move soon because chances are low he gets resigned within Red Bull. Yeah, he will. So I believe. So what happened with Yuki is he was looking at other teams. He was in discussions with other teams, and Red Bull decided to block it. They took an option out on his contract to extend for another year. But they can't extend it for any more. And that'll be the end of Yuki's partnership with Red Bull. And I think I swear I've seen him publicly say that, yeah, this will be his last year with RB. So that's pretty much confirming he's going to leave that team and go somewhere else, which he needs to do. He needs to do. This is going to be his 5th year in RB, the junior team in Red Bull. And if you haven't been given an opportunity in the big team yet, you need to go elsewhere. So. Signs with a 30.4, yeah. Oh, wow, yeah, he did just do a 30.4, didn't he? On the hards as well. Okay, so there is pace out there. There is pace out there again now. Interesting from Carlos Sainz. So no one else is out there on... Lawson's on the next freshest set of tyres. Hulkenberg was, but he's in the pits. He's on 10 lap old mediums. But yeah, Sainz definitely... They're definitely running probably lower fuel at the moment, or they've got their engine turned up or something. And it's not to take anything away from Sainz, but the fact of it, he's on hards and he's lapping in the low 30s there, and his fastest lap time was only a couple of hundredths behind Lewis on mediums, does indicate there's something there with the Williams that they're doing differently to what Ferrari are. I bet they'll be the best the rest of this year with Haas. You never know. Don't do a brawn and show extreme pace at the start. Yeah. Used to work for a Japanese company. You can tell by Yuki's body language he's resigned to become a reserve driver. He's a Honda driver, so it doesn't make much sense to put him on a top team if he's not exceptionally better than Lawson. This is it, Ayaka. Yeah, I've said this. I do think there's I did a video on it. I did a deep dive into his career. And I do think there's a lot of on-track concerns that I would have about Yuki if I was looking to promote him into the top Red Bull team. While he's had good performances, there's still a lot of concerns for a driver who's completed 4 seasons in F1. Things that I'd expect to see a driver of experience not do on the regular. But, yeah. Combined with the politics of Honda, he needed to do something exceptional last year to really make Red Bull overlook that. And with the Honda partnership coming to an end this year, yeah, for them it just didn't make sense. So, hey, I'm good to see you, mates. How's the baby doing? Yeah, she's doing really well. Yeah, she's about to go out to music class with the missus. It's been almost 11 hours and Haas are yet to set a fast lap. Their fastest lap thus far is what Ocon has set today, which is a 33.7. They haven't set one lap that has been sub 1:33. That's crazy. Toyota joining F1 in 26. Don't think so in 26, Rabbit, but I do think they're gearing up to coming back full time. So we know that they've joined Haas as a technical partner, and they're lending their expertise to Haas. And you can see that they're on the rear wing of the Haas car, which is cool. But I've also seen reports that they're also looking to step back into F1 full time and run their own team again. And I don't think they would go through the ag of setting up a whole brand new team, whole new manufacturing facility to accommodate a new F1 team. So I think them getting into work with Haas is their first stepping stone to eventually purchasing the team, seeing whether or not and judging whether they want to get back into F1. And I think if they do, they'll purchase Haas. And I think he'll want to sell up Gene Haas, to be honest with you. This is why you wanted 12 teams to 2026. Tons of good drivers, not enough teams. Yeah, it's always been F1 though, isn't it, unfortunately? Do I think Alonso will eventually quit, probably mid-season? No, he'll be there to the end of 2026. They've just signed on Adrian Newey. There's no way, even if they go for a very painful year this year, he'll just be looking at 2026 and what could potentially happen there. Hey Vince, good to see you, mate. That's all right. Good to see you regardless. Yuki should just try for Cadillac because he might be better than some of the options Cadillac has. Maybe, yeah. I think there'll be a few drivers vying for Cadillac. I imagine their phones would be very busy throughout this season, from drivers who are maybe on the grid to not even on the grid at the moment. So, yeah, we'll see. You heard Haas are doing race pace simulations. Yeah, it makes sense. So last year, they, as Connor, our friend, rightfully informed us, last year they spent most of the testing just working on tyre degradation. That was always their big issue. That was their big issue the previous season, is that they had pace in qualifying, but they always dropped through the field because their race pace was poor, because they just couldn't look after the tyres. And last year they worked very hard on that in testing, and look how last year it went for them, very well. So they've obviously got a similar strategy again for testing. That's what it seems like the first 2 days. We'll see if they do that tomorrow or even this afternoon. But yeah, they're clearly doing their own thing. And I mean, they did the most laps out of anyone yesterday as well. Both of them did over 70 laps. So Toyota is weird. They're also entering supercars in Aussie with the Supra, which is going out of production. Sounds like they're trying to poach IP. Well, Toyota are just, they have a massive motorsport background, don't they? So they've dominated, of course, the World Endurance Championship in recent years, primarily because they've not had any competition. Of course, rallying, they've always been a part of rallying. So, yeah, they used to provide a NASCAR, didn't they? Do they still provide a NASCAR? They provide a NASCAR? I'm sure they will. I'm sure Haas will at some point, Jordan, do that. They'll come out and do a quick lap. I don't think you can go all throughout testing without at least trying a couple of push laps. You'd be silly not to. Or maybe they're so confident that they've got something sneaky on their car that they don't want to showcase to anyone. You can't do that up. It's an odd one. Give me 2 sets, guys. Just a quick lube break. And I've got to help with a nappy change. Ooh. We're back. Carlos Sainz. Oh my goodness. Carlos Sainz. Right, Lewis might be on a fast lap this time around as well, because he's on a fresh set of mediums, as is Russell. Right, we're getting some quick laps here. Let's go. Esteban Ocon's out on a fresh set of mediums. Jordan, you may be getting your answers. You may be getting your question answered about Ocon. But a 29.069 on the hard compound tyre as well. That's very good going for Carlos Sainz and Williams. But right, George Russell's going to go around first, no doubt, for a push lap. Let's see how he gets on. Yep, DRS open, so this is a push lap for George Russell. Lewis Hamilton will be going next. So here we go. All right, George Russell, turn 1. Of course, the first sector time is at the exit of turn 4. So we'll see how that gets on. DRS open for Nico Hülkenberg. He's done 29.3. That's 5th fastest thus far. Is there purple on the board for George Russell as he comes out of turn 4? It is sub 29 seconds. Our first sub 29 second first sector time. Lewis Hamilton on his lap as well. Has he got DRS open? He has indeed. Lewis also on a push lap. So the next one we're looking for is, as George Russell heads through turn 10, is that the second sector line is between turn 12 and turn 13. Lewis Hamilton is faster than George Russell in the first sector. Ooh, here we go. Here we go. This is the most interesting part of testing right now. Russell through turn 12. Here we go. Let's through. What is he set? A 38.5. No purple in the middle sector for George Russell. It is second fastest, though. Only a 10th behind Carlos Sainz. How about Lewis Hamilton? We will see. I think George Russell's going to cross the finish line before Lewis Hamilton gets through sector 2. Here we go. George Russell through turn 15. We'll keep an eye out on both of them as George Russell crosses the finish line. Where does George Russell go? Fastest with a 29.879. Our first sub 32nd. And Lewis Hamilton a 38.457. He's quicker than George right now. That 457 is not purple in the second sector because he is only 100th of a second behind Carlos Sainz on the hard compound tyre. That's crazy middle sector time from Carlos Sainz on the hards. As Lewis crosses the finish line and does a 29.675. There we go. Our first times under the 30-second mark. Lewis Hamilton a 29.675. George Russell a 29.879. But Carlos Sainz, of course, I don't know battery modes, I don't know fuel loads, but regardless, still fastest in the second sector on hard compound tyres. Even if you've got battery modes and less fuel on car, it's still quite impressive. And the fact Carlos Sainz is in a Williams and he's got the fastest second sector time over a Ferrari and a Mercedes is something in itself, isn't it? So finally, no more of that annoying sabotage comments from Lewis fans. Good lap from Lewis, good lap from George. But yeah, Lewis only not fastest in the middle sector. But as I said, it was literally a 38.457 for Lewis compared to Sainz's 38.443. If Williams are testing mostly hards, you'd have to think they're going to build a low downforce, low dead car for 2025. Monza points all. Go long, son. Go long. The James Vowles effect or the Carlos Sainz effect. Carlos Sainz effect. But how about Esteban Ocon? He decided to just do a 33.3. They're refusing. Haas are just refusing to do anything under a 33, aren't they? Oscar Piastri hasn't set a fast lap in yet either. I feel a bit sorry for Oscar. He hasn't had like the... He's going out now. Let's see if Oscar's going to go on a set of brand new mediums because he's been kind of like... Not been let off the leash yet, I feel like. No, I don't think so, Memes. No, I don't think there'll be many upgrades on the cars this year. For a couple of reasons. One, there's not too many changes in the regulations for this year. Thank you, Nelly. Thank you for the sub. There's not too many changes in the regulations this year, so not many upgrades to kind of be brought. And also, development focus has to be taken into account for 2026. So it's going to be a key factor to how this championship plays out this year, is that where's the focus going to be for these teams? And how long do they prioritise this season before they then call it quits and focus fully on 2026? I think that's definitely going to happen. So, yeah, we'll. It's going to be interesting to watch. So, Piastri is on a brand new set of mediums. So, let's see what Piastri can do. Go on, Piastri. Let loose. Let loose. Carlos said the Williams lack downforce. Will they put it on for him or no? If it lacks downforce, it depends. It's relative to obviously what track they're at and what they're looking to get from the car. But yeah, if he's looking for a bit more performance for the corners, then he's going to want a way for Williams to find more downforce, but without losing top speed. But it's quite evident from what I saw in the speed traps yesterday. Albon was fastest in the speed traps. Let's have a look about. So Sainz is fastest in basically. He's got the top speed everywhere, other than the set. So he's 100. He's first in the first sector for top speed. He's second only behind Hamilton by 1 miles an hour in the second sector, and across the finish line, he's second 2 miles an hour behind Piastri. So, and he's third in the speed trap at 196 miles per hour. So he is definitely. That Williams is definitely quick in a straight line. Right, Piastri. Is he going to be able to get a lap in here? I'm not sure. Gasly's in the way. He's got a bit of traffic. He's got DRS open, so he is going for it. Gasly going to let him by? Gasly does let him by. He moves well out of the way. So Piastri with a cheeky little toe down into turn 1. Let's see how he gets on here. He's got Lewis Hamilton coming up, who no doubt will get out of his way as well. But wonder if this might affect his lap here. But yeah, Piastri just set a 30.4. So not too bad from him. He's also going to have Yuki. I don't think Piastri... It's 29.2 for Piastri in the first sector. Yeah, he's not getting much out of this, is he? I think traffic has affected him a bit. Be interesting to see now he's been let loose what his last sector time will be. That'll give us kind of a clear indication of potentially where that pace is in that McLaren. Your guess is a 29.91. What, in this now? No. 29.91. I'm going to go probably just flat 130. I'm going to go for a flat 130, I think. 38.7. Yeah, he's only 5th fastest there. He's 4 tenths off of Hamilton's time there. It's going to be more than a 130. It's going to be like a 130. A 130.3 maybe. Probably slot in behind Gasly and Lawson, or in between those two. 5th fastest, I reckon. Yeah, there we go. 30.8. Last sector was slow. I mean, yeah. 4 tenths in the second sector. 5 tenths off in the last sector. I think the first sector kind of just made it... He had too much traffic. No Verstappen today, AK. No, he's in tomorrow. He's in the car all day tomorrow, as Lawson is in the car all day today. Traffic, though. Yeah, Piastri did catch traffic, yeah. So, Hamilton fastest in the middle sector. Oh, he is now. Yes, he is, yeah. Yeah, so Hamilton. So let's give you guys a look at the sector time, shall we? As no one's on a fast lap. Oh, Yuki's on a fast lap. Let's stay on board with Yuki first. Yuki's on a fast lap, and then we'll have a look at the sector time, shall we? Yuki will get a bit of traffic here with Piastri. He's going to catch him Piastri at a nice spot. Piastri will move out of the way down into turn 8. Gasly looks fast. He looks all right. Yeah. Yeah, I expect good things from Gasly this year. I expect Gasly will probably outperform that Alpine. Watching Oscar Piastri. Mate, they run these cars so low, don't they? So low. So, definitely going to be a PB for Tsunoda here. Green in the first sector and second sector. So, he is 6th fastest in the first sector and he is 8th fastest in the second. So, it's not going to be quick in relative terms to the grid, but we'll see where he goes nonetheless. I'm going to guess a 31-0. Oh, 31-2 from Yuki Tsunoda there. 31-2. So, of course, it's all guesswork. We don't know fuel loads, engine modes, etc. But, right, let's have a look at sector times here, guys. So, you can see here sector times. But, Lewis Hamilton is at the top of your screens there. Sector 1, Sector 2, Sector 3. Although, that second sector time wasn't actually done in his fastest lap. But what is really intriguing there is that Sainz on the hard compound tyre. 3rd fastest in the first sector, 2nd in the second and 3rd. So, but we don't know. Of course, it's all guesswork. It's all guesswork, but it's still good to look at nonetheless. Esteban Ocon just happy to sit at the back, do his own thing. But yeah, that's what we've got at the moment. And Alonso, how's Alonso getting on? Only 30 laps still. Sainz has only done 26 laps. He's done the fewest out of everyone there. No, Piastri has, sorry. But Sainz has only done 26 laps. That's not great, is it? Considering he looks good, but still. Why? What about the flexi wing thing? Did they keep it? I think they've adapted to it. I think. Not sure. McLaren are quite buoyant that the change in flexi wing isn't going to affect them that much. Piastri versus Lawson is going to be your highlight of 2025. Max versus Lando, Russell and Charles mixing it up. Ham there. It's going to be so good. That's the hope. That's the hope, Heikyo. We've got lots of hope, haven't we, that it's going to be close up front. From what we're basing it upon, and kind of obviously what we saw last year. So, fingers crossed. Fingers crossed. It'd make for a mega season. Gasly had some great drives last year once Ocon decided to leave. Yeah, no, I agree. Yeah, Gasly did really... second half of the season, I mean, I do think a lot of it was attributed to the fact that Gasly was getting the upgrades first because the relationship with Ocon had fallen through. Ocon had announced that he was leaving. Yeah, or internally they knew he was leaving at least. So, yeah, in relative terms, Ocon still did a decent job considering he didn't have those upgrades until like a week later. But yeah, Gasly definitely led that team towards the end of the season. Will Norris be in the car today? Yeah, he'll be in this afternoon. Verstappen's in the car all day tomorrow. So he's not in it today. He's in the car all day tomorrow. McLaren might not be strong in a straight line speed as Piastri was losing a bit in the last sector as he got the toe in the first sector, which helped him. Yeah, probably just engine modes, fuel load. If you're wondering how much of a difference fuel makes, every 10 kilograms of fuel they have in the car, and they have 100 kilogram capacity. Yeah. Every 10 kilograms equates to 0.3 seconds of lap time. So that is a lot. That is a lot of lap time per 10 kilograms of fuel. If Bortoletto does bad and Lawson, will Vettel replace them? No, I don't think Vettel's coming back to F1. Yuki's improving again, by the way. First sector slightly quicker than last time around, 29.282. So let's see second sector time. As he heads through turn 12, he's about to cross that line now for sector 2. And it's a 39.245. So only a couple of hundredths down. This could be an improvement here for Yuki. There we go. Last corner. What does Yuki do unless he decides to pit? Is he going to improve on that 31.2? Surely. He does indeed. A 31.265. Literally a couple of hundredths of seconds. Ocon bested Gasly, but Gasly can put out a drive well above his level. You think Ocon bested Gasly, do you? I disagree. Christine, am I going to do a watch along for the first race in Australia? Of course we are. Of course we are. I normally say there's no such thing as a silly question. I'm kidding. Yes, no, we'll be here for every single qualifying and race. for this season. As always, I will try and make as many practice sessions that I can. Normally miss the first practice session because it happens during my working day. So yeah, don't normally get to do that, but I normally get to make practice 2 and at least, obviously, all the sessions on the weekend. So if I do miss anything on the Friday, it's only because other things have cropped up. But over the weekend, F1 is priority. How much kilograms of fuel do they use during a race? Oh, I don't know. It depends on this track. Depends on the track. They normally go through, like, nearly a whole tank. You missed Daniel. In the video game during practice, I always put a full tank of fuel onto the laps or the real GP. Yeah, I think they get like pretty close to using the full tank. What's the difference between slipstream and DRS, JC? So slipstream is where you pull into the behind another car ahead of you, and basically the slipstream is the pocket behind another car. Hang on, let's do it this way. So there's the main car. Hang on, yeah. You slot in behind them. The car in front is basically punching a hole in the air in front so that you have less resistance behind them. So in effect, you go behind the car ahead of you so that you're able to get extra speed because you have less resistance, because the car ahead is doing all of the work of displacing that air for you. And yeah, that's what slipstream is. DRS is called drag reduction system. That's an overtaking aid where you can only use it on certain parts of the track. Within qualifying, you can use it every lap that you do in those zones, but on the race, you can only use it if you're within 1 second of the driver ahead of you. Yeah, that basically opens the rear wing to reduce drag reduction system. It basically allows the air to go straight through the spoiler rather than the air going over the spoiler and pushing the rear of the car down. It gives you more top speed. I'm going to live stream my view from the F1 if you want to see Stuffey. When you were in Australia? Lewis just doing his things, yeah. Yeah, everyone out there now. We've seen some push laps. We saw those push laps, and now drivers are back on their long runs with 54 minutes remaining of this session. Yeah, half a second off pole, but already faster than his own lap, I think. Yes, he is, yeah, Laban, yeah. You missed the first 2 hours, but Ferrari looked better than yesterday. Their wear was all over the place. I don't think they were all over the place yesterday, Deliman. They had some corrections that they had to sort out, primarily through turn 13. But the car did look comfortable, more comfortable than I've ever seen Lewis in the Mercedes. 2 secs, guys. Oh, I'm back. Leclerc will be in the car this afternoon. Yes, he will be. Who's out at the moment? Hulkenberg, Russell, Ocon, Piastri, and Sainz. Ah, Sainz is on another set of hard tyres. 28.966. Here we go. No one pushed back from Sainz. Only a couple of hundredths back, or 500ths back. No, 700ths of a second. So less than a tenth separating Sainz and Hamilton in the first sector. Let's see how he gets on. It's been mega in the first. He's been mega in the second sector today, Sainz. Needs to go faster than a 38.359. About to find out if he's going to do that. Oh no, 38.8. He's half a second off in that middle sector. So lost a lot of time there. Not sure what happened. Watching the TV coverage to see what happened with Carlos Sainz there. Is he able to recover in the last sector? But unfortunately, he's way off the pace here on that lap. And it was a 30.281. Still not too shabby. Still not too shabby on a hard compound tyre. But yeah, had an issue there in the middle sector. Looked like the rear stepped out a bit as he went through. Yeah, he's having some. Well, he had a bit of a snap mid corner oversteer through turn 11. It looks like he had a couple of corrections on that hard compound tyre through the middle sector. Which drivers are getting the whole day? Liam Lawson and Carlos Sainz. Yeah, Liam Lawson and Carlos Sainz. And then everyone else is swapping out, I believe, for the afternoon session. But yeah, Carlos Sainz looking good in that Williams, I must admit, as Lewis Hamilton out on another set of fresh mediums. Go on, Lewis. Go on, Lewis. Bit another push lap. Why not? Why not? Sky briefly mentioned points for all finishing positions. What are my thoughts on this? I don't think there should be points for all finishing positions, but I do think that I would like to see maybe the top 15. I feel like top 15 because then everyone's got something. Not everyone's got something to fight for, but at least there's meaningful. The cars at the back have got something meaningful to fight for. So I feel like 15 would be good. I don't think everyone should receive a point. But yeah. 15, I mean, there should at least be more than 10, I think. Especially in the sprint races. I don't like the fact of only the top 8 score points in sprint races. Because the sprint races are then non-existent for the majority of the field. I think sprint races, they should have... They should have more points on offer there, really. So... But they're staying around whether you like it or not, Mike. Sprint races are staying around, so... Right, Lewis, purple in the first sector. Sorry if your ears just got a little bit hurt there by my loud, booming voice, because Lewis Hamilton is on another push lap. He's already got the fastest lap today with a 29.6 of this week, and he's going for it again here, a 28.8 for Lewis Hamilton. He's already quicker than the qualifying lap he set in Q3 last year in his Mercedes. I think he made it through to Q3. And, well, are we going to see a lap time here where he's quicker than the pole position lap that we saw last year? That's half a second difference he needs to make up. I'm not sure if he will. No, he's not. He's not, because he's made a mistake in the middle sector. He's made a mistake. What happened there? Let's have a look. Let's have a look what happened. It was a 40.0 for Lewis Hamilton. And where did that go wrong for him? Was it down into turn 10? That's normally the corner where something goes wrong. We've seen some the cars struggling through turn 10. No, turn 10 was turn 10 was fine. Turn 10 was fine. Turn 11, it's got to be turn 11 where he's had a snap. But we saw that with Williams, Carlos Sainz having a snap through there as well. And why did he back out there? He just backed out. Lewis backed out. Why did he back out? Did he realise he was pushing too much? He was like, shit, I'm showing too much of my hand here. We're showing... They've gone, Lewis, slow down, Lewis. Slow down. Let's have a look. Yeah, too wide. Too wide. Fair enough. Fair enough. Went too wide over the curb, so he backed out. He'll probably go again next time around. He's going slowly, so he's recharging the battery, and he'll probably have another go at it. You're all for last, getting 0 and then points onward. Yeah, maybe. I don't know. I feel like if you finish in the bottom 5, you shouldn't be rewarded for finishing in the bottom 5. But I think from 15th upwards is probably good. Yeah. The shot above T11 is lovely. Yeah, that's a new shot, isn't it? Yeah. Was it raining earlier today? Yeah, we wasn't able to have... and no one was out on track for like a good hour, again, because of the rain, so... Morning, Foster. Good to see you, mate. They should just leave the point for the fastest lap how it is. I don't know. I don't like the fact... While you still have VCarb out there, I don't like fastest point for fastest lap. I don't care what people... opinions are on it, but I still think there is VCarb have definitely been deployed to take fastest lap points away from Red Bull's title challenges in the past. I think there's definitely an unwritten rule, but there's definitely an agreement there between the two teams that that's what they have to do. And while VCarb are still there and they're under the partnership or the ownership of Red Bull, I don't want to see fastest lap point. I just want the championship to be about consistency over back markers getting one fluke result to find in a championship position. Yeah, of course. I think at some time, I mean, at the same time though, you don't want to reward mediocrity. All right, Lewis on another push lap. He's gone even faster in the first sector, a 28.772. Right, keep it in track limits this time, please, Lewis. Come on. Through turn 9. Nice on the brakes. Don't lock up the inside into turn 10. Yep, good man. It seems to be that marker's continued working. So, here we go. Turn 11. DRS open. Down into the braking zone of turn 11. This is where he went wide earlier on. Can he keep it within track limits this time? I suspect he will as he heads through there. And, well, what's his second sector time? It's just after turn 12. And is it purple? It is. It's a 38.2. 2 tenths quicker than Sainz last time out. He's improving here, but how much by? I think it's going to be a 29.3. It looks like he's about 2 tenths up at the moment. So another tenth in the last sector, please, Lewis. Through turn 14 in that Ferrari. The only man out on track right now. And as he comes across the finish line, oh, mate, he's hitting the apex. He's left, right, and centre here. And it's a 29.3. Boom. Not even an improvement. Only a couple of hundreds slower. So I'm just watching the onboard. Mate, that Ferrari looks locked in, you know. It looks locked in. Turning, hitting the apexes nicely. No. Mate. There's like no alterations to his steering wheel through these corners right now. How about turn 11? Oh, not turn 11, sorry, turn 13 was beautiful. Him and Charles were having real issues with that Ferrari yesterday into turn 13. They were having lots of mid-corner oversteer, lots of corrections mid-corner. A little bit of a correction into the last corner, but still hit the apex nicely, and that Ferrari looks comfortable. That's probably the best lap I've seen from Lewis in some time. better than anything I've seen in the Mercedes. It is, Mike, isn't it? It's nice to see that smooth driving style, that smooth turning of the steering wheel, and the car actually doing what he wants it to do. Like, not really any corrections in the steering wheel there, other than from what I saw was like the last corner. I didn't see the first sector, but I saw the middle sector and the last sector, so... If they get rid of DRS or change it to have less of an effect, racing will be so much better, and it won't be about the car, more the driver's skill. Yeah, to an extent. I think, look, DRS was introduced because we had the issue of just overtaking with dirty air of the cars. So because the dirty air was... Because it was difficult to follow out of the corners, DRS was introduced to ensure that difference in pace that you lost in the dirty air out of the corners would then be attributed back to you via the form of DRS. But what they're looking to do in 2026 is have active aero. So they're hoping once again, as is every regulation set, that there'll be less dirty air off of the cars, and that which means that cars can follow closely. But we're having active aero, so the drivers will be able to alter the aero positioning, so the front wing and the rear wing of the car, into the corners, so they can determine how they want to take a corner, whether they want to take it quicker, whether they want it to be slower, and so forth. And that's the idea of active aero. Can I say, is the Ferrari more of a rear stable car? It seems to be today. Yesterday it was a little bit twitchy through turn 13 from what I saw, and turn 4. The high loaded corners on the left hand side. Both Lewis and Charles had a few little wobbles through there. But for the most part, it looks good, and it looks good in Lewis's hands today. He definitely feels comfortable in it today. Versus last year's Mercedes, absolutely, yeah. If we ever get Albert Park as a night race, the photos will be absolutely stunning with the sunset reflecting off the lack of palm shadows. Yeah, I don't think that will happen, though, night race at Albert Park. Ferrari looking very comfortable today. It does, doesn't it, Connor? Did you just watch that lap? No, Rosa, I'm good to see, mate. DRS robbed us of so many defensive driving masterclasses. Was Alonso defending versus Lewis at Hungaroring a few years back? That was magic, yeah. I would like Dash drastic changes to spec changes, like drop the weight another 100 kilograms. I think that's what they're doing, Doctor. They are making their way back towards making the cars smaller. Lap look clean. Old tyres able to keep going purple. I know. But that just shows still how much pace there is in that car. Only 1/10, by the way. 1/10 now off of last year's pole position time. That is what Lewis has just done there. So, George Russell out on a fresh set of mediums as well. Bosh, here we go. I'm liking this. We're seeing some push laps today, guys. Yeah, can George beat it? Let's see. Who do I think will come out on top between Haas and the Sauber pair? Ooh, you'll have to wait for my predictions, but I'll be posting later on today, RM. I promise you they'll be up later on today. Favourite tune? Do you want to know the name of it? It's called... it's a Stream Beats song, and it's called Shingu. Shingu. Hey, Scaled, good to see you, mate. Yeah, times are pretty impressive so far. Is there any data that which car is having the fastest straight line speed? Yeah, I can show you that afterwards. But let's keep an eye on George Russell first, and I'll show you the top speeds afterwards. I have that data available. Right, here we go. George Russell. Let's see what he can do, eh? As he heads down out of the last corner. Push lap. Fresh set of mediums on. DRS open. Here we go. Haas definitely looked stronger end of last season. They just looked stronger last year in general, didn't they, really? They look very good. Brazil was just a shocker of a race for them. Hulkenberg obviously ended up out getting disqualified because he got help from the marshals, because he spun and lost control. Behrman, obviously, he was in the points and then spun, didn't he? Multiple times. That race was a real killer for him, real killer for them, because I think they would have had 6th comfortably if it wasn't, in the constructors, if it wasn't for Alpine finishing on the double podium. So, even though Alpine finished quite well. Oh, Russell's already backed out. Russell's already backed out. What has he done? What has he done? Right, I'm watching it. What has he done? Is it turn 1 he went deep, or was it turn 4? Let's have a check. Let's have a look. Yep, good. Apex into turn 1, fighting the rear of the car. So it must have been turn 4. Must have been turn 4. He's gone very wide, no doubt. But it looks sketchy on the rear end, that Mercedes. And he bowed out. He bowed out of it. He bowed out of it. Yeah, wasn't happy with the traction he got out of turn 1. So made a change on his steering wheel, and he'll probably go again. Oscar on the new lap. Is he? Is he? Wait. He is. Yeah, Oscar is on the lap, but he's caught traffic again. He's caught Nico Hulkenberg. Oscar cannot get a clear lap for his life, if his life depended on it. What happened there with Nico Hulkenberg? Why did Hulkenberg not get out of the way? Which football team do I support? West Ham. ATC, morning mate, good to see you. Welcome everyone, hope you're doing well. Thanks for tuning in as always. Hit that like and subscribe button if you haven't already. 88 subscribers since yesterday, so thank you very much. Thank you. Of course, if you're new here, we'll be here for every single race this year. Right, so George Russell goes again, I believe. So let's see if he has the DRS open through turn 3. If he does, yes. So George is on a lap again. Oscar Piastri will no doubt go on the lap again as well. Let's see. Oscar will finally have a clear lap. So George Russell through the first sector. Is it purple? No, it's a 28.982. And, well, for him, that is second fastest, though. But that's 2 tenths off of Lewis Hamilton's time. So quick from George, but not quick enough to beat Lewis. So let's see. Oh, Piastri came back into the pits. That's a shame. We weren't able to see a lap. Neither Hulkenberg as well. Hulkenberg was on a fresh lap there, but I think Hulkenberg bowed out of the lap. Harris Heller, that's it, yeah, by Harris Heller. Right, through turn 11 for Russell. Turn 12, here we go, second sector time, and it is a 38.5. 3 tenths off of Lewis Hamilton. So he's already 5 tenths down, already half a second down by the time he gets to end of sector 2. Oh, Piastri actually got damage from that, did he? I'm looking at it, yeah. They touched, and George Russell, fastest last sector for him, a 22.294, about 0.05 of a second quicker than Lewis Hamilton there, and, well, that's a 29.778, but still 4 tenths back from Lewis Hamilton. Can they show it again? I missed it. Oh, you're talking minimal damage, but yeah, there is a slight little scuff on the side of Piastri's front wing. Here we go, watching it again now. So he's heading down into the turn 8. I mean, to be honest, I think that's Oscar's fault. That's Oscar's fault. That's Oscar's fault, that is. It's not Hulkenberg. Hulkenberg's left him so much room. Hulkenberg's aware of him as well. But Hulkenberg should be okay because it was just on the rear tyre. You're surprised they're going this fast already? Yeah, I didn't expect them to be this quick this morning. I really didn't. I thought they'd be quicker. I mean, maybe they still will be quicker in the afternoon, Connor. But, yeah. Lewis Hamilton, yep. In P1, 29.3. We're only 1/10 behind the fastest the pole lap from last year. Will conditions improve later? Maybe. Maybe, yeah. Hopefully no more rain. That's the hope, is that there's no more rain. Thank you for all the likes, by the way, guys. If we can get this stream to over 100 likes, it'd be much appreciated. Oh, Ocon. Is Ocon actually going to set a fast lap here, ladies and gentlemen? He's in P10. He's refused to do a lap sub 1:33. Are Haas finally going to show a bit of their hand? Are they going to go to the top of the timing sheets here? Everyone's talking about Ferrari. Everyone's talking about McLaren, Red Bull. No, it could be Haas. Haas are your underdogs. Let's see as he heads through turn 4. And that first sector time is a 30.158. It's the slowest out of anyone in the first sector. So the answer to that question is no. It's green. It may be a sub 33 second time, but yes, it's the slowest first sector out of anyone this morning. I will show you the top speeds after this as well, after this lap. I think we'll have enough time. I think Oscar Piastri's back out there now. Come on, Ocon. Is he still going to be at the bottom of the timing sheets? He had a 40 second sector last time around, and it's a 39.8. It's still the slowest second sector out of anyone. Yeah, that's a big old rear wing they've got on their car as well, aren't they? They're refusing to run anything lower. Right. Let's have a look at the speed traps end. So, still refuses to do a time below 1:33. Fernando Alonso will be on a flying lap as well. So, we'll just have a look at the fastest laps before these drivers get round to start their flying laps. I think Oscar's on his out lap. Yes, he is. So, here we are. You can see that Carlos Sainz at the moment, fastest in the first sector. He's very quick today. Very quick. You can see there. This is in miles per hour, not kilometers an hour. But yeah, Piastri fastest in the speed traps, 197, but only 1 mile an hour quicker than Lewis Hamilton in P5 there. You can see Ocon, though, that the pace difference in Ocon clearly shows that he's running a more higher downforce configuration. He's got a very big rear wing on the car, and the top speeds show that, no doubt, with probably higher fuel load as well. 146 miles an hour compared to the 150 in the first sector. 160. I mean, he's 4 miles an hour slower basically everywhere. I mean, at the finish line, he's 8 miles an hour slower than Oscar Piastri. So, yeah, clearly running more downforce to the Haas, which is why they're obviously a lot slower. So they're doing their own thing. Let's keep an eye out now again on Oscar Piastri. So he's on a lap. Let's see how he gets on, as is Fernando Alonso. They're on both push laps here. Let's have a look. So Fernando Alonso goes green, 29.253. That pushes him up to 7th in the first sector. But how about Oscar Piastri? Is he going to go purple in the first sector? No, 29.2 for him as well. So not a particularly good first sector for Oscar Piastri. It's actually yellow. That's slower than the one he's done previously on his fastest lap. Will we see a pole position outside of the top 4 teams this season? I'm going to say no. Yeah, I really don't think so. Unless there's like wet weather conditions, something really throws a spanner in the works for the top teams. I don't see that. Because if McLaren or Ferrari or Red Bull, like, let's be honest, like there's too many cars. I mean, there's too many cars in that top 4 teams. Eight drivers. They're just, yeah, don't see it happening. Carlos going to take a pole for sure. You think in the Williams? Oscar Piastri, a 38.8 in the middle sector for him. Not a good lap for Oscar Piastri. A 30.7 for Alonso there, you can see, but he's just jumped up to. His best lap of today. And Oscar Piastri, well, here we go. 30.8 for Oscar Piastri, so not particularly good from him. It's not Red Bull, it's just Max. True. Yeah, true. I still think Red Bull's got a good car. I mean, they've obviously got a good car there. But as we mentioned before, you need to be... the fastest cars in history haven't necessarily been the easiest cars to drive. And that's why Sergio Perez really struggled. So it's nice to have the idea of 8 drivers competing for pole in the top 4 teams again. I know, right? I still think Mercedes will be off the pace a bit. I think it depends on which track they turn up to. Foster, do they usually go faster than the previous year's pole during winter testing? Yes. I believe so at some point or another. Someone does anyway. Yeah. Energy drink company made car is the best car. Sounds so funny. I remember all the media articles about Red Bull when they were first joining, going, "Huh? Red Bull? The energy drink company starting an F1 team? What? How ridiculous!" You think Red Bull is going to go downhill after Spain because of the flexi wing? Maybe, potentially. I mean, have you seen their front wing? It's very flexible, very, very flexible. I've got a new chair being delivered today. It's being delivered between 11:30 and 12:30. Interesting. Sorry guys, just checking something. D-Rick is not the same as Max and Seb. What's that? Who's asking about D-Rick? Who's asking about Danny Rick? Anyone else out there on push laps? No. Carlos Sainz back in the pits. Lewis Hamilton, 36.0 last time around. Surprised Liam Lawson hasn't done anything more on a push lap, really. Only 28 laps conducted by him in this session, the lowest of anyone. What's gone on with the Red Bull car this morning? You're with me in approximately 1 hour, 30 minutes. Danny Rick is a huge personality and very likeable. Yes, he is. But his performances out on track weren't up to scratch in the end, were they? I forgot Carlos. He's one of the many great Red Bull talents. Yeah, he came through the Toro Rosso system, didn't he? Toro Rosso. Him and Max were teammates. It's maybe one. It's primarily, they reckon, one of the reasons why they overlooked Sainz eventually for the second Red Bull seat is because Carlos Sainz and Max Verstappen's dad, Jos Verstappen, came to blows a number of times during their junior career. So much so that Red Bull said, we will never have them in the same team again. And which is crazy to say, isn't it? That like you're overlooking. I mean, Carlos Sainz and Max Verstappen are adults. Like, just ban the dads from the garage. Ban them. So, yeah. Red Bull has good eye on young talents. Yeah, no, they do, to be fair. Arum, after seeing that these guys are improving times as compared to yesterday, do I think the second pack are going to get even better times than this pack? So technically speaking, yes, they should. Yes, they should, because the track is only more rubbered in, as we said. It should get quicker. Generally speaking, the afternoon session is more or afternoon/evening session is generally always quicker than the morning session. So on that basis, yes, they should, but it's not always a given. It's not always a given. So, I mean, they may just be doing some push laps this morning, and then this afternoon, no one does a push lap. I hope that's not the case, but yeah. We'll see. But Yuki's on a push lap right now as we speak. DRS open, down into turn 4, trying to improve on a 30.993. And his first sector time is better. It is an improvement. That's 4th fastest out of anyone. A sub 29 second first sector by Yuki. Not bad, my man. Not bad. James Vowles is such a great public-facing team principal. Results will speak to his internal leadership, but I'd definitely be excited to work under him as a new hire. Yes, yeah, I think he's brought he's a breath of fresh air to Williams, isn't he? Red Bull really made Toto desperate for Max. He did want him. He openly said he'd been courting him. Right, Yuki, through turn 12. What's his second sector time? Is it another green? It is a 39.00. Not a great middle sector. Not a great middle sector. It's only 7th fastest, so it's an improvement on his own, but lost a bit of time there. How about the last sector? Through turn 15, across the finish line, and it is an improvement. 30.793, but lost a lot of time in that last sector there. Lost a lot of time. You're a Max diehard fan, and you're also sick of Joss, but give him credit for making a monster. Yeah, I mean, Max definitely wouldn't be the man he is today, would he? Or the racing driver he is today without his dad's influence, that's for sure. Whether you agree with it or disagree with it. We all have our ways of parenting. But yeah, he does seem to be a bit of a divisive character, doesn't he? That's why I think this year, I got a sneaky suspicion. I really do. I've got a sneaky suspicion that this year is going to be the beginning of the end of Red Bull's relationship with Max. We saw some cracks last year, and we heard lots of rumours about Joss and Horner not getting on and all that stuff. And it seems like they potentially patched things up. But I think if things don't go Max's way this year and he finds himself not being able to fight for a championship, let alone race wins on the regular, I think things are going to kick off. His dad is going to be the first man in his corner and the first man to speak up, and he'll be throwing shade straight at Christian Horner, won't he? Straight at Christian Horner. No worries, Ben. See you soon, mate. Alonso push lap? No, Alonso's not out there at the moment. Gasly is going to be on a push lap soon. Max to Aston 2026. No, look, Max is going to be there minimum till the end of 2026. I don't think there's any positions free for Max to go to in 2026. I think everyone's comfortable with their lineups for next year. But the end of 2026 will be telling. I think a number of contracts are up for renewal at the end of 2026. And most people are on like 2-year contracts at the moment because it ties them, it makes sure that they're on the grid for next season. And it also allows them to be there and have their options open for if their car isn't performing very well by the end of 2026. Because at the end of the first season, you're going to get a pretty good indication of where everyone is. Normally, and unfortunately, one team normally dominates a new regulation set. But hopefully that's not going to be the case. Hopefully we still get at least 2 teams that nail it. But Max is not going to hang around. He's definitely not. And why would you? Like, why would you? Max is not going to want to find himself in a position like Lewis has done, where he's just struggling to fight for podiums, the odd race win here and there. That's not what Max is in F1 for. Max will want to just get up and go somewhere where he can win races on the regular. And I think teams would want him. I think they would. Where he would go to, who knows? Aston, yeah, is a potential, but who knows what the driver market is going to be like by the end of 2026. So it's going to be an interesting one for the driver market next year. Really interesting. Exactly, Mike. Yeah, end of 26 is going to be crazy, silly season. What do I think of Lewis Hamilton's 2023 season? I think Lewis's 2023 season was very. Oh, it had its highs. I think it suffered more so last season due to the leaking of him moving to Ferrari. I think if the news of him moving to Ferrari wasn't leaked, I think he probably would have had an overall better season than George Russell, because I don't think he would have been treated so much as the test dummy as he was after that news had leaked, which rightfully so he was. If you're a team principal and you've got a driver who's on his way out, why would you use that? Why would you prioritize that driver? You're going to use them more so as a test dummy, as in a sacrifice for setups and new ideas and new parts, rather than the driver who's going to be your new number one and you want to build confidence in, i.e. George Russell. So for him to win 2 races last year when no one really thought he'd win any at all, I think is a positive year considering it was in Mercedes. So I'm looking forward to what is in store for him this year at Ferrari, because he definitely looks more buoyant, he looks more confident, and he looks more comfortable already. So, and that's so important for any driver. You have to be comfortable in the car that you're driving, in the team that you're in. Mercedes making those miles. It's always important during the test days to make as many laps as possible. It is, and it also isn't. Quality sometimes over quantity. So these cars are all super reliable now. So the amount of mileage they actually cover isn't too essential, because there's not really so much. They know that these cars, they're very similar to last year. There's not really like any stress testing that they need to. There's a certain amount of stress testing, but not as much as what it used to be in the past. It all depends on obviously what they want to do with their runs. I mean, Lawson hasn't done many laps at all. 28 laps this morning. I don't think there's an issue with the Red Bull car. I haven't heard it reported, but maybe that's what they're comfortable with doing. Maybe that's all they wanted to do today. They wanted to go out there. They only wanted to do 30-odd laps. And then he's in the car today. He's in the car for the rest of this afternoon as well. So maybe they're like, okay, don't necessarily need you to stress yourself out, overexert yourself in the morning. Let's do this, and then in the afternoon, yeah, we'll be doing some more. So yeah, it depends. It depends on what your aim is from testing, really. Look out, you're back. Liam 8th. Yeah, it's fine. It's fine. Don't worry about it. Ferrari with Max would be mental. Hey, Rotti. Great work on the channel. I would love to see a driver swap with Max and George. Ooh. Yeah, I don't see Max spending his whole career at Red Bull. I just don't see it happening. There's going to be a drop-off at some point at Red Bull, and I just think that whenever that does happen, whether if it's this year, next year, or 3 more years in the future or whatever, I think there'll be a drop-off in Red Bull, and he'll be looking for the first opportunity out. Because also, he has the right to stand up and go, I'm a 4-time world champion. I'm quick as. I don't want to be spending 3-4 years of my life, of my career, trying to get the team back up to the front. No. In those 4 or 5 years, I could be winning more world titles at a team that can provide me that. So I mean, look at what Lewis. Look at what if. I remember the backlash of Lewis announcing he was moving to Mercedes when he did. And there was so much backlash. People were taking the mick out of him. Why are you leaving McLaren? Oh, this is going to be the death of his career. And clearly Lewis saw something and knew something was happening with the new regs and timed it perfectly. And look what happened with McLaren. GP2 engine, the famous words from Fernando Alonso. Imagine he stayed at McLaren. He would have been just forgotten about. Probably only ever had the one world championship under his belt. Instead, he's now got 7. Hamilton on track? No. You'll know Hamilton's on track because you'll see the bright red marker of Ham on track. Simple talent can't carry a team. No, exactly. You're still limited by the machinery underneath you. So, Fernando is 43, right? Lewis is 40. So if Fernando can still be fast, so can Lewis. Maybe a chain of Senior will give him a focus. He needs to capture some form. Yeah, definitely. Look, I think the difference is now these days as well is that sports science and our knowledge in regards to like just physical fitness and stuff and mental fitness is so much more advanced than it was 10 years ago even. So the days of drivers retiring and being over the hill at like early 30s is long gone. Like they can still, evidently Alonso is showcasing that, and no doubt Lewis's will as well. But you can go on if you're willing to do so, and you don't you can stay fit, you can stay mentally fit, and you can still go on into your 40s. It's the same with footballers as well. Like if they really want to, yes, they lose natural pace and so forth, and they have to adapt. But how many footballers are now going on into like they're 40 years old now? Whereas before it used to be like a rarity. Now it's almost like the norm. Like, you're 32, 33. It used to be like, oh, well, you're about to retire soon. Like, you only got like another year left in you. Whereas people are looking at it like, well, they've still got another 5 years in them. 6 years. I'm talking soccer. So, Ronaldo, 40. Yeah, Ronaldo's a bit of a freak. But, I mean, him, Ibrahimovic. There's so many more cases now, more than you'd think at top-level football, where you've got players who are in their late 30s still playing. Luka Modric. So, yes, they don't get... Yeah, they don't. Yes, they don't end up like in the. They don't necessarily end up playing every single game, but like they play for a lot longer now, and whereas before it would have been like, yeah, your time to retire. Not in the Premier League, Mike. Not in the Premier League, no. But there's definitely in Spain, and I know it's a different style of football, but there's definitely players still out there who are that age, or approaching that age, you know. What do I think about the mandatory second pit stop at Monaco? I discussed it again yesterday. I've come to terms with the fact a while ago that Monaco will always stay on the calendar. And we need to find ways to improve it. And the only really kind of interesting thing that we have to look forward to at Monaco has always been the pit stops, the strategy element of Monaco. And with the introduction of a new street tyre, an ultra soft tyre, a C6 tyre that is going to be used at street circuits only, that can provide potentially some more intrigue at Monaco. But we do know, unfortunately, because of how difficult it is to overtake, even if the tyres specifically like degrade a lot, it's like impossible to pass. You can just park it in the middle of the track. But the pit stops are the only thing that we've got to look forward to. So why not add another pit stop to try and provide more intrigue and more variability to the race, to a race that arguably has no variability to it after the first corner. So, yeah, I'm all for it. I came to terms that Monaco is going to remain for quite some time. Modric is 39. Well, he's approaching 40. In world basketball, there are a few over 40 guys playing at high levels. Exactly, yeah. I mean, obviously, those sort of... They adapt. They're very different. In Formula 1, you can't really adapt. You still got to be able to try and go as fast as you possibly can. They can adapt the way that the style of play that they have. But yeah, it just proves that sports science and our knowledge of the human body and longevity has massively improved, especially when these guys have so much resource available and they're able to pay for private chefs and have the best fitness trainers and the best treatments possible to and supplements and stuff to be able to prolong their careers. So we'd love to see Antonelli winning with Ferrari. God, he hasn't even done a race in Mercedes yet. Calm down. Do we think Antonelli will win a race this year? That's the question. Do we think Antonelli will win a race? Lewis is vegetarian. He'll stay long and fit in F1. Yeah, I mean, being veggie and vegan, being a meat eater as well, as long as you've got like a healthy diet. As long as you've got a healthy diet, you're getting the right amount of protein. I personally could never go vegan or veggie because I love my meat too much. But yeah, especially when like, you're doing these sports and that, as long as they're getting the nutrients and everything that their body requires. So You think he will? You think Anthony will win? Ooh, we'll see. We'll see. Would I rather have a personal chef or a cleaner who also does your laundry? Or I'm gonna say cleaner does my laundry and hangs it up. Because I do actually quite like cooking. I'd love a personal chef, but I do actually quite like cooking. I cannot stand... Cleaning I'm not too fussed with. It's faffy, but laundry's the worst one. Hanging it up is the worst one. Oh. Biggest flop is Aston Martin not improving even when Adrian joining. Oh, he doesn't join. He technically hasn't even joined yet. He doesn't start till March. Still got another week till he can start. So technically it's not an Adrian Newey car yet. Laundry now. Oh, mate, the amount of baby grows and muslins and bibs we're washing is unbelievable. Our clothes don't even get washed anymore. Yes, I do wear clean clothing, guys. I'm just... But yeah, only 5 minutes, guys. 5 minutes until I can have some lunch. Fasting one, that doesn't win them races necessarily, I guess. Won't be easy for Anthony to win a race. Love to see it, though. Yeah, agreed. Agreed. I'm intrigued to see how he gets on. I think what was super impressive with Antonelli last year was his ability in the rain. Did you see that last year in the F2? He absolutely dominated that race at Silverstone. And then in the Hungaroring where it rained as well, and then they changed the slick tyres. Oh, VSC deployed? This is just a test. This is just a test. Do not fear. No one's crashed. It's just a test. Do I watch the Premier League? I do. I'm a West Ham supporter. Why is a safety car deployed? Are they actually deploying the safety car? Sorry, guys. Just trying to... Then they lose. No, they're playing... We beat Arsenal, I'll let you know, last game. I think we're playing tonight. We're playing tonight. I don't know who against, though. But is streaming my job or more like a hobby? It's... Why are they red flagging it? What's happened? Oh, it's programmed in. They've been expecting this, apparently. So this is expected, by the way. They just heard on the commentary. Sorry, going back to it. This isn't my job. I'd like it to be my job. I wouldn't say it's a hobby either. Although I do enjoy it. It's something that I'm kind of just doing because I'm passionate about. So you could kind of maybe say it's a hobby. But it's something that, yeah, I treat it like I want it to be a job. Really. Like I want it to be a career. So I take it kind of seriously, but I enjoy it at the same time. More so than any kind of other job I've had. So. You got a question for me, RM. If Verstappen joins Ferrari, which will be like for more attention-seeking or popular moment for F1? Lewis to Ferrari or Verstappen? Lewis, I think. Verstappen's very popular, but I think Lewis is... I think there's very few people in sports, but people know them outside of their sport. So, like LeBron James, Tiger Woods, Roger Federer, Nadal. Like these are people in their sport, but people don't even follow it, and they know who they are. And Lewis Hamilton is one of those. Like his image. That's why Ferrari also got him, not because he's just a good driver, but because of how much money they're going to make and how much it will move Ferrari forward, even as a brand. Even though Ferrari is massive and everyone knows Ferrari. Everyone. Even if you don't like cars, you know what a Ferrari is. Lewis is a sort of individual who is able to move that brand forward, move the needle and make them even more popular. And very few sportsmen are able to do that. So while Max Verstappen is super popular, he's not on the same level as Lewis Hamilton. And I don't think any F1 driver on the grid now or in the past has been like that. Even Schumacher. So, yeah. Hey, Miv, good to see you, mates. 1 minute 48. Green track is clear, but I don't think we're going to see anyone out there now. TC, am I getting much sleep nowadays? My baby keeping you up still? So, yes, I'm going to probably piss off a lot of parents right now who are watching the stream. So, apologies, parents. But we have been super, super fortunate that our little girl sleeps really well. It's like, since we brought her home, solid 5-6 hours, and ever since then, like, we'll put her down at 7, half 7, and she'll sleep through till 7 in the morning. Like, we are like, she wakes up a little bit every now and then for like maybe 20 minutes, 15 minutes, but then she puts herself down again. We can put her down, put the dummy in, and she falls asleep instantly. Like, she takes after her mum and dad. We love our sleep, and she seems to love it too. So yeah, we're really fortunate because we know other people aren't so much, and they go through a tough time with sleep training and their kids sleeping. So yeah, thankfully I'm still getting really sleep. What do I feel I need to do in order to do this full time, Mike? I need to just earn more money. Like anything, it comes down to money. What I need to do to earn this full time, I just need to keep doing what I'm doing, really. We spoke about this briefly earlier on. While obviously I've got the full-time job and the family and time is limited, I need to just keep doing what I'm doing and just keep growing the channel. Of course, everyone would always like to grow their channel quicker. We always want things now rather than later. But yeah, just got to keep doing what I'm doing, growing the channel in the manner that I am, keep it moving forward while I've still got these other commitments. And yeah, I'd like to seek a sponsor for the channel, I think, like a paid sponsor for these watch-alongs and stuff. So as I mentioned before, if anyone's interested, we can have a discussion. Emails in the description below. That's where obviously you start earning money and you're able to support yourself and stuff through YouTube, rather than just relying on AdSense in general. So yeah. Like the manager Ferrari said, they choose Hamilton because of how much success he has brought to the sport and would be a great opportunity to work with him. Yeah, exactly. And look, winning a world championship with Ferrari, Lewis Hamilton and Ferrari winning a world championship, that's historic in itself. The history of an 8th world title, which no one has ever done before. Like, all of these permutations that would happen if that was to happen, not saying it will, if it was to happen, is like, it would make front page news on like every newspaper across the world. And very few sporting events do that. And I feel like that would, because of Ferrari as the brand, how well known they are, and because of how well known Lewis Hamilton is as well across the world. So yeah, and I know people are fans of Leclerc, but who would they rather win a world championship with? I think it would be Lewis for all those reasons. So, but anyway, guys, thank you very much for tuning in this morning. It has been we thought we might not even get any more running after the rain came down, but thankfully we did. Lewis Hamilton set the fastest lap with a 29.379. We are only 1/10 away from the fastest pole lap, that we had last year, which is 29.2. So these cars are much quicker than last year, as we have seen throughout this regulation set. They just get quicker and quicker. So Hamilton tops your timing sheets with 45 laps completed, 29.379. Russell was second, 4 tenths back with a 29.778. He conducted 71 laps, so it's a good amount of laps there for George Russell. Carlos Sainz looked impressive on the hard compound tyre. He was only 7 tenths back from Lewis Hamilton in the end. In P3, 44 laps for him. Gasly in P4, 40 laps. Alonso, 45 laps, not many more than what he did yesterday. I think he did the same or a few laps fewer yesterday in P5. Tsunoda, 6th with 46 laps as well. Piastri, 44 laps. He had a few push laps interrupted from traffic, made slight contact due to his own fault with Nico Hülkenberg, but only a slight scrape on his front wing. Liam Lawson, 28 laps, the fewest out of anyone. Not sure if he had an issue or if that was planned by Red Bull. Be intrigued to find out if that's the case. I may do some research on that, see if I can find anything out for you guys for the afternoon session. Hülkenberg in P9 and Ocon running that really high downforce package, noticeably with that real big rear wing you can see on the car, and indicated by the top speeds that we saw in the speed traps earlier on, is in P10. Haas just doing their own thing, as what his testing is for. So yes, that is it for the AM session, guys. We will be back in the afternoon in an hour's time, less than an hour's time now. So I'm going to go grab some lunch, suggest you guys have a little break yourself, and we'll reconvene in just under an hour. See you then. Bye.